Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Plan Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. At this point, I would like to invite Boy Scout Troop 465 up to the podium, and I would like to see if everybody would give their name and address for the record. And if you have a particular ranking, if you could state what that is. And then immediately followed after that, if you could lead us in Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello.
And right before we do that, let me, okay, before we ask you for your name, let's just have a roll call, and then we'll ask you for your name.
Chair Schlottman.
Present.
Vice Chair Cherry is excused. Commissioner Quinn, excused. Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Here.
Commissioner Rausch.
Here.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, I am Jordan Adams. My address is 5413 Dimmick Avenue. I am Senior Patrol Leader, and I am a Star Scout.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Milo McFarlane. I'm a Star Scout, and I'm Patrol Leader.
Awesome. Thank you.
I am Mason McFarlane. I am a Star Scout, and I am a Assistant Senior Patrol Leader.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cameron McFarlane, and my Scout ranking is Scout. And yeah, I'm Quartermaster.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dax Garrett, and my rank is Scout, and I am a chaplain.
You're a chaplain. That's great. I appreciate you guys coming up here, and we're accompanied by former Plan Commissioner Todd Moody and the Scoutmaster for Troop 465, Commissioner Moody. Would you like to give a couple of words about you and your troop and why you're here tonight?
It's a whole lot more fun being a Scoutmaster than a Planning Commissioner.
I agree.
And I do want to follow up and make sure that we got the massage establishment for the people with square feet.
Well, the last time you were here, you said you couldn't wait until there's 1,036 people with square feet lined up waiting to get a square foot massage.
That's right.
So thank you, sir.
It's good to see everybody. I miss you.
I can barely get those words out of my mouth every time I have to say square foot. So thank you for doing that to me. And then we also have the chartered organization representative here tonight. Could you please give us your name and address?
Jeffrey Carson, Chartered Organization Representative. I'm glad to be here and see you all.
What was your name again?
Jeffrey Carson.
Jeffrey.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. I would like to ask if Jeffrey and Mr. Moody and all the scouts would come over here to the little wall over here and walk up behind the dais and lead the Pledge of Allegiance for us. call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we could have a smooth meeting. If anybody would like a copy of our agenda, where this gentleman's reaching for agenda currently, we have them there and on the opposite side of the pony walls with our rules of conduct. So moving on to item number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of any time of any speaker allowed, may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public that would like to be heard? Please come forward. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is David Figler. I live at 1302 South 6th Street. I probably want to make a comment later when the item comes up. It's a little later in the agenda, but I did have sort of a general comment or a question. I'm going to cross-reference to item number 63, which is the last number item on your agenda, which is from the neighborhood of which I am the president of the John S. Park Association. The general comment that I wanted to make now is that in review of staff report, there is a checkbox that says whether or not a proposed plan is compatible or consistent with a neighborhood plan, specifically ours. In the section that staff provided for the business itself, the check marks were that it was compatible with the plan and that it was consistent with the plan, whereas in the plan itself, which was being referred, and understand it's not binding, and I understand that, but it's not consistent, it's actually the opposite. The plan itself explicitly...
Mr. Figler?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to hang out with us all night tonight?
I'm going to try, but what I wanted to know is...
We're going to try getting through this one pretty quickly.
I appreciate that.
If you could please come up and give us all those comments. And I do understand that, you know, binding, not binding, and we need to work on that and try coming up with a resolution. So I really appreciate you bringing that, you know, to us, because that's something that we would really need to work on as, you know, the Planning Commission and Planning Department with our new code that's coming out.
I appreciate that, Chairman, and I'll try to stick around to the end, but I did want to just see if there was perhaps some procedure, some way for when we see that there's been a designation of compatible, if it's explicitly opposite, that either be made as a correction to a record or that we get some input. I just don't know how to go about doing that. I know there in the past there have been conversations with Director Perigo, and I appreciate Acting Director Lowenstein is here. And but you know, instead of it being sort of a ad hoc way of doing things, if there was a way either at the commission meetings or something more formalized where we see something that's different, and I'll explain it more if I'm here at the time, and I can point out to the points.
And I think that's a you know, a meeting that we need to have to try formalizing the meeting or formalizing the plan. And I understand the neighborhood's frustration over that point.
Yeah, and
so,
not necessarily that we're going to oppose it. We did have comments from neighborhood, but we'll try to come back at that point. But thank you, Chairman, for letting me make that particular point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if this is in regards to a particular item that we're going to be discussing tonight, then I'd ask everybody to hold their comments, and we'll talk about those particular items when they come forward. But if you have an item that's being held, then please come forward.
Well, this item will be supposedly heard tonight at number 57, but I don't know how long, and I have my little 6-year-old with me.
Item number 57?
Correct. For the special use permit, applicant owner Jason Voigt, I wanted to oppose it.
Well, thank you. We'll go ahead and put those comments. Can we get your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Courier, 4020 Paul Robarts Court.
Okay, and what I'll say is, we're about to go through housekeeping items, and I think this is one of the items that's going to be held in abeyance, so it won't be heard tonight. It'll be heard at a future meeting, so,
Is there any way that my comments could be heard now, so just in case? Because there were several representatives in my community that were unable to attend tonight. And I do want to
Okay,
make sure that
so
it is heard, because I see that staff recommends approval.
so what we'll go ahead and do is we'll hear this item, or we'll hear the housekeeping items, and if that's one of the items that's held in abeyance or being recommended to be held in abeyance, at that point, you can come forward, which will be in the next few minutes.
Okay.
And you can come up and speak to why you think it should or should not be held in abeyance.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Closing the public hearing, moving on to item number 5, for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Plan Commission meeting and the Plan Commission workshop meeting of October 10th, 2017. Commissioner Creer, if we could have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I make a motion to approve the Planning Commission meeting of October the 10th, 2017.
Okay, and that's for the Plan Commission meeting and the Plan Commission
Planning
workshop.
Commission meeting and the workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Okay, moving on to, for possible action, any items from Planning Commission staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, applicants have requested an abeyance to the January 9th Planning Commission meeting for the following items: number 24, 25 through 28, and 56. Applicants have requested an abeyance to the December 12th Planning Commission meeting for these following items: 29 through 33, 34 through 38, and 39. Regarding items 46 and 47, after additional review, staff has determined that a variance for parking will be required for these items to proceed. Please obey them to the January 9th Planning Commission meeting to allow staff time to work with the applicant to complete the application. And lastly, staff is requesting that items 55 and 57 be obeyed to the December 12th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, on behalf of the applicants for items 21, 22, and 23. We're requesting a 30-day abeyance to December 12th in order to work on a revised site plan. We've been working with the council office and the Planning Commission to make some changes, and our elevations aren't quite ready yet, but they'll be ready in 30 days in order to submit that, and I have a letter on behalf of the client for their request.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It's items 20, 21, and 22.
Okay, I was about to ask the same questions. 20, 21, 22, do you agree?
Correct.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. And that's to Mr. Rankin, the December 12th Plan Commission hearing.
Correct, December 12th.
Thank you. All right. If there, yes, ma'am.
Good evening. On number 55.
Ma'am, if you could turn your microphone on. Okay, it's on now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On item number 55, we have about 6 homeowners of a 9-home subdivision here to speak. Am I correct that you no longer need us here today and that we're all waiting and we're not sure if we should stay or come back another day? Number 55.
This was requested to be held in abeyance. If you'd like it to be heard, you could request this item to be heard tonight. I'm unsure of the applicants here.
We would like it to be heard.
And, you know, if the applicant is here, is the applicant present for items 55 through 57?
Or their attorney?
Mr. Chairman?
Director? Mr. Chairman, so this item was asked at a request of the council office to be held in abeyance because the sitting planning commissioner is absent from this meeting. Therefore, the request was made to hold this to the December 12th planning commission meeting. If that motion is approved, then the item would be heard at that subsequent meeting, and additional public input could be done at that public hearing.
Thank you very much. We'll gladly come back.
Let me give you the good news. Item number 55 probably won't come up till about 11 o'clock tonight. But the good news is it'll be at the first part of the next planning commission hearing, so you only have to stay here for probably about 30 minutes versus 5 hours. So.
Thank you. That's great news.
Okay. Ma'am, would you please come back forward and give us your name and address for the record?
Rosemary Missisian Saru, 2108 Grand Island Court.
Thank you. Good evening. Name and address.
Jessica Saylor, 1208 Charmast. I just wanted to check to make sure I didn't hear if items number 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38 were also going to be held in abeyance?
Yes, they are.
Okay, great. Thank
Well,
you.
yes.
Since Commissioner Quinn is not available today?
That's correct. We're about to make a motion on that.
Okay,
You might want to stick around until we make that motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Creer, could we get a motion on the housekeeping items?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the housekeeping items, item 24 and item 25, 26, 27, 28, and also 56 be moved to the January 9th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting.
Including 46 and 47?
Including 46 and 47. Thank you, sir. Thank you. As well as agenda item 20, 21, 22, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, as well as item 55 and 57 be moved to the December 12th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Before we post that vote, the lady that wanted to make a couple of comments on item number 57, or if anyone from the public wanting to comment on any of the items that we're about to vote on, please come forward. In relation to the vote that we're about to make
Okay, so
on
you're-
holding these particular items in abeyance.
Okay, thank you so much. So Jennifer Courier, 4020 Paul Robarts, right on that same street where Mr. Voigt, whose company Just Add Ice Entertainment is applying for this short-term rental. Just to give you a little insight into our little community, it's a sleepy little community. Artesian Heights, and especially on Paul Robarts, has no outlet. It's a cul-de-sac. We have several children that live in that community. We also have, as you know, Hinson from Oakey to Charleston, all the children that walk that street day in, day out. We're in close proximity to a church. We're in close proximity to Vegas Verdes Elementary School. We don't know who's going in and renting in these short-term rentals. Are you aware that this gentleman is already on Airbnb? Is that allowed, that he's already doing these short-term rentals? Since September, I have documentation. I have reviews where this is a party house. I don't need this in my community. I brought my 6-year-old today so that he knew what it is like to fight for what's right. And I know this is not right. We cannot have this. And I know there are several neighbors that couldn't be here tonight that also agree. So isn't there, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. I mean, anyone could rent a short-term rental, right? We're in close proximity to a school. So does that mean that any undesirable can be there? Unbeknownst to me, when I did not even know that this house was up for a short-term rental, I've had to call 911. I've had to call 311. I had no idea that it's because of that particular house. I mean, you can certainly look in the records and see in the month of October when I've had to call.
Ma'am, I just want to state that we're, and I appreciate your comments on this, but we're dealing with the housekeeping items right now. So would you like to see this item held in abeyance or not held in abeyance? And whatever comments that you made tonight, we'll have on the record.
I do know that, I mean, if it's held in advance, does that mean that you're going to meet again and I can get more of the community members to come down?
Yes, if it's held in abeyance, we'll hear it within, on the 12th of December. And so you could have all your neighbors come back and express your concerns at that point. But we're just voting on, are we going to hold this or vote on it tonight?
Okay. I think it behooves us to push it so at least I can have more neighbors here so you can hear what we're talking about.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you bringing your son out tonight.
Of course. I would have brought my 3-year-old daughter, but she was too tired.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Jessica Saylor, 1208 Charmast. I just wanted to see if it would be possible to request that the agenda items 29 through 38, I believe, if it would be possible to hold them to the January planning session meeting. We're working with all of the neighbors in the neighborhood and trying to form a consensus so that we can create a really nice plan with the developer, and we just would like a little bit more time as we're coming up on the holidays. So that's my request, if it's at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll leave that up to the motion maker,
Okay.
the person who cast a motion earlier.
Because the other ones that are up are being held number 24 with the Presbyterian Church, and so it'd be great if they could all be put together at the same time so we could get the neighbors here at that meeting. So thank you for consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Marco Henry, 3911 Mountain View Boulevard. I'll be very brief. I cannot attend at the December 12th meeting. I'll be out of town, so I'd just like to get on the record my objection to item 57, even though it's going to be pushed on abeyance. It's a very quiet neighborhood. On a couple of occasions, I've had to go across to that street to investigate parties that were happening that weren't even short-term rentals. There's a lot of, it's all very low built, there's a lot of empty lots, sound travels extremely far in that neighborhood, and even just a couple of kids in the pool in the back was enough of a noise to have us come out and ask them to be quiet back in the summer. So again, just want to put the objection on the record since I can't attend next month. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Good evening. And if anyone else wants to speak, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Tina Haig. I just want to confirm you're still doing item 58 tonight.
I apologize.
I just want to confirm you're still doing item 58 tonight. I thought I heard you mention you're not, but I wanted to confirm you are.
Item number 58 is scheduled to be heard this evening.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Commissioner Creer would... Nope. I mean, the motion was on the floor. Is there any adjustment to your motion, or is the motion still on the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, no, there are no adjustments.
Okay, thank you. Please vote, and please post. That motion carries. All right, so moving on to, before we move into the one motion, one vote portion of this agenda, I'm going to ask city staff and our consultants to come forward for director's business, item number 64, DIR 71972, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a presentation of the draft proposal of the Las Vegas Medical District form-based code, all wards. Staff recommends approval. No action required. Can we get the staff report, please? Or can we get a report from?
Just informational briefing.
Yes.
So, Chairman, with your permission, and Planning Commission, good evening. I'd like to give a very brief project status update. My name is Michael Howe. I'm the Urban Design Coordinator with the Long Range Planning Department. And with me, I have Roger Eastman with Lisa Wise Consulting. Real quickly, just it's a project status where we're at with the process of developing a form-based code. Just kind of a check-in. So going, get my clicker to work. Better. Why a form-based code for downtown Las Vegas? A real quick history trip. 3 years ago, when we started the downtown Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan, we had a series of meetings basically to look at what was working in downtown, what needed improvements, and through that, a lot of stakeholder interviews, a lot of community outreach, a lot of community meetings. Through that 3-year process, we developed a substantially thorough vision document, and that became the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan. Through all those comments, through all that input, we baked into or focused on 5 big ideas: diversify the economy, create mixed-use hubs, create streets for people, a greener downtown, and expedite implementation. Real quickly, the create mixed-use hubs and create streets for people is really a way to focus the investment, capital improvement dollars going into downtown and being a little more strategic than what we've been in the past. A greener downtown is looking at obtaining park space where available, utilizing trails that connect those parks, and expediting implementation. That's a strategy looking at how do we facilitate quick development downtown when we're challenged with high land costs and high development costs. What are the things that the city has control over? And so with those 5 big ideas, one of the chief #1 focuses that came up that really delivered and touched on all those items was to adopt a form-based code that offers procedural clarity and implements the master plan through place-based standards. So really looking into the context and character of neighborhoods, how do we preserve the old residential neighborhoods while implementing economic redevelopment? So with that, those mixed-use hubs, some of these key strategies, we expanded the downtown master plan area, and we included basically 12 new hubs to focus that investment. And why does that have a play with the form-based code? Because as the city puts investment in with our regional partners, perhaps for improvements to light rail and what have you, we want to make sure that adjacent development responds in a predictable fashion with the money and investment and time and effort that the city's put in possible station plans or different community centers, a variety of improvements that we could put forth. So at this point, as we're drafting this form-based code, we're still in the procedural stages. We have a draft put together, but at this point, we're looking at 3 target districts with a plan to implement the 4th district being historic West Side. So right now, we're focused on the Las Vegas Medical District, primarily because of the development pressures. We have the oncoming School of Medicine, improvements from Valley Hospital and UMC, and some development pressures that we're hearing about on Charleston that we really need to figure out what's going to work for the neighbors, what's going to work for the developers, what's going to work for the master plan. And that's where we're really looking at this type of coding process that puts more predictable results so that a neighbor or a developer or anyone can basically open up this document and get much more information on what's going to occur down the road in their neighborhood or any area within the downtown master plan itself. Starting with the medical district, we're still at the point where with Arts District, Fremont East, or Historic West Side, there may be some shift. Some of those districts might come forward before others, but at this point, we're really focused on delivering the medical district form-based code plan first. And as I mentioned in the past, it works at the process of comprehension. Once the community understands that the draft is available, it's online, how to read through it, what are the formats, what are they looking for, then at that point, we'll have a final plan brought forward, but there's many more steps that I'll hit on later. So with that, focusing on the medical district, we're really keyed into that vision statement brought up when we introduced and brought the medical district into the larger downtown master plan. So by 2030, the Las Vegas Medical District will be the clinical care, research, wellness, education, and training center of Southern Nevada and the premier medical district in the Southwest U.S. So we're really looking for a mixed use and walkable core. And when you're looking at walkability and that high quality street front development, that's where the form-based codes tend to perform better than any other type of coding system. So with that, I'll go hand it over to our consultant to kind of go over a real refresher course. And again, I want to remind that this is a draft stage. We're just opening up the process to building this code.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. It's a real pleasure to see you all again. It was a great week, a couple of days we had with you last week, so thank you for that opportunity.
And can we get your name and address before you start?
Certainly. Roger Eastman, Director of Development Codes and Planning with Lisa Weiss Consulting.
Thank you.
San Luis Obispo, California.
Thank you.
I'm going to go through just a little bit of background. Some of you on the Commission have heard this before, and explain why a form-based code for Las Vegas. We heard from Mike that the Downtown Master Plan called for a form-based code. So let's step back a little bit. Typical zoning is done with a map, as you can see on the screen here, where you regulate by use types. This comes actually from the old Industrial Revolution, where communities realized it wasn't a good thing to live right next to your place of employment, your industry. So there was this conscious separation of use. And that's worked well in some instances, and it's certainly nothing that we want to oppose for typical suburban parts of cities that are very typical in the United States. And so you can see on the zoning map here, you'll have pods of development, single family, multifamily, red for commercial, blue for special use, and so on. And everything is separated, and it's very, very difficult to connect, and therefore it's very, very difficult to create the type of place you're looking for in the downtown. A form-based code, on the other hand, thinks about the form of a community, the character of a place that we're trying to create. And it tends to be a lot more predictable than a conventional zoning code.
Can I ask the person with the cell phone in the audience to turn your cell phone off, please? Sorry, Roger. Please, please carry on.
So the point is, we're creating a high-quality built environment focusing on form, the relationship of buildings to buildings, buildings to street, buildings to public places. So you're thinking about the frontage of the building, how tall they are, how wide, and so on. And you're thinking about those buildings in relationship to the street, the public realm, the public spaces within a community. Form-based codes are actually tested. They've been a tool for planning in the United States now for a number of years. As far as we are aware, there's well over 600 adopted form-based codes or codes being adopted across the country, and their use is increasing as cities are starting to realize and understand their benefits. One of the criticisms sometimes is that a form-based code forgets about use. Actually not true. While there is a conscious concern for form and character of a place, you have to think about what uses you put there. And so it's perfectly appropriate for the community to say, we don't want those adult businesses. We don't want medical marijuana businesses or any other type of use that may not fit within the place. And as you can see on the slide, we will regulate use, whether they're permitted, conditionally permitted, or go through a special use permit as is required in the city today. When anything's new, we tend to think of it as complicated. But when you actually look down into the code, and I invite everybody to go online and look at the draft code, you'll see that it's really visual. The emphasis of a form-based code is graphics, charts, tables, so that it's easy for a user to understand. And we have actually included a how-to-use section within the code. Form-based codes have sometimes been criticized for promoting too much density. Now, one of the things we did with the planning staff was actually go and measure this community and see how big your blocks and lots and buildings were, and use those standards then to drive the code that we've presented as a public review draft. So the form-based code can become a useful tool for historic preservation and neighborhood preservation. If we drill down into the Las Vegas Medical District, I want to just pause and talk about the way we've structured the zones. Typical zoning map shows conventional, commercial, residential, industrial, and so on. We're basing those zones on character from most natural to most urban. And we won't be using the most natural mountains in your beautiful desert in the form-based code, nor will we be using the rural uses on the periphery of your city. But we will be looking at low-intensity housing, walkable neighborhood-serving residential uses. We call this Transect Zone 3. It's like typically associated with single-family homes on small lots. Increasing the size of the development, the intensity of development to Transect Zone T4, more mixed use now associated with main streets or neighborhoods. Getting bigger now with Transect Zone T5. Again, medium to high intensity building types, walkable mixed use environments, and finally your downtown core with the biggest possible buildings. So if we map this then, the bigger, higher intensity Transect zones are the darker colors on effectively your zoning map for the Las Vegas Medical District. The lighter colors represent the least intensity, and you can see we've really got most of the intensity within the core of this portion of the medical district. The code itself is structured very similarly to any other code. It'll insert itself as Chapter 1909 into the municipal code, and it includes the typical provisions for administration. And then we'll set up the zones, the Transect zones, with the standards associated with them. I'm going to go through one of those zones now briefly. And then we'll tie down the building types, what the front of that building looks like, whether there's civic space, how you treat the street, and so on. So if we take a look at the Transect Zone T5 Main Street, this would be, for example, in the medical district, on the west side of the medical district, that would be, to say, the east side of Rancho Drive. Here we'd be looking at a range of building types that would allow for development up to potentially 7 stories based on the building type. And you can see in this graphic there are very specific standards included for each building type. Then after you've selected your building type, you'd select what type of frontage you were going to put on it. Would it be a gallery or an arcade or a porch or a shop front or so on? Standards are provided very clearly and simply. Thereafter, you'd look at the height of the building, where the building is set, the setbacks for the building, its placement on the lot, and then finally some certain civic space standards. So that's a very quick overview of the form-based code standards, and I'm happy to answer any questions afterwards.
Okay, and then really quickly getting into the next steps. As we follow the timeline, we do acknowledge that there may be some shifts, and one of the key things I want to point out, we had a meeting last week, and I'd like to recognize some of the neighbors from McNeil Estates and Scotch 80s, because assurances were made to those neighbors that when we have this draft in place, that we will have meetings so that we can begin to visualize precisely what we're talking about. So this is a core part of how this code's built, is actually taking it out to the neighbors to then begin to see, well, if you're talking about form, if it's talking about frontages and all that, what does the code look like? And that's, the onus is on us, staff, to go out and explain it, because it is a bit dense and there's a lot of parts and components to it. So our outreach efforts, we're broadly realizing that we may need to scale them out, break them down, make them manageable chunks of information. So at that point, that's where we're at with the medical district. Once we have a thorough understanding from not just the key stakeholders with the medical district, the hospital, and the business owners and operators, but also the adjacent neighbors, pretty much everyone that's touched by this code. So at that point, we will have a final draft anticipated by, I would say, early winter 2018. And from that draft, there's a lot of variables. So having that draft, even having that completed code, does not implement the code. And that's a part that I really want to carefully explain, that there's still some substantial steps in general plan amendments and rezonings and other actions that have to occur before the plan can even operate. So at this point, it's still a process undergoing with things that could shift and change. Hopefully by the end of 2019, we'll have all those districts. As we learn from each of the districts, Medical District, Fremont East, Arts, Historic West Side, we believe that the process may move quicker. But again, without any full assurances, it'll move as fast as the public understands it. So with that, if there's any questions?
Yes, I just would like to say it'll move as fast as the public understands it. Hopefully it moves a lot quicker than the public understands it, because I've been involved with these meetings with Robert Summerfield from 3 years ago, and I think it was 2 months ago when I was with the two of you in Carson City, and we're given you two were given a presentation to the state APA, American Planning Association, and I was on the panel and challenging you guys on to give us answers. And every time we get together and we hear about this, it becomes more of something that I can wrap my head around, and becomes a better plan, and we explain it better and better as time goes on. And so I think this past week when we got together, it really started to make sense when we said, here's downtown, here's the medical district, the arts district, Fremont East, you know, the lettered streets, and you know, the industrial district, and all these different parts. So basically you take that part of the code, or you take downtown, you pick from which area you're in, then you see what your standards are, your setbacks, your heights, and then you figure out what building facade you need, and then you have this whole menu that you go through. And that's not set in stone. It's something that is a guide to help us, you know, figure out the way that our downtown is going to redevelop, because we don't want a 50-story high-rise next to a single-family house back up to a 5-story multifamily and mixed-use project. So I understand what the code's trying to do. There is a little bit of flexibility. They can always come to the Planning Commission, City Council, but if you fit within this code, then you can bypass the whole Planning Commission, City Council process. And I think this is beneficial to our downtown, and appreciate everything that y'all have done. I mean, the entire City Planning Department, Lisa Weiss, and everybody else has done just a tremendous job. Thank you, Roger, for coming out, and Mike, and Robert for starting this, and the entire planning department. So I appreciate it so much. And if there's no other comments, we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes.
Down here, I just wanted to draw attention to the fact, one slide back, there was a website, a web address, formbasedcode.vegas. I would just draw any member of the public's attention that's either watching this in the audience or watching on television. That's where the public draft is available for review, and we encourage anyone who has an interest in this concept, whether they live in the district, own a business in the district, to please take a look at the draft and provide us any comments. Actually, on the website, they'll be able to electronically mark up the document. So we're trying to make it as convenient as possible for people to provide us comments back on the draft. So once again, formbasedcode.vegas is where they can find that information, and anyone is encouraged to go take a look and provide us comments back.
Thank you. And one last comment. The slide that means the most, I mean, that was one of the things that confused us the most at the very beginning was when we start saying transect 1, transect 2, transect 3, and transect 6, and T1, and T5, and T4. What's this strange language that we're talking about? You presented this slide to us this past week during a presentation, and you presented it again tonight. And a T1 is the Bear Mountain, and the T6 is the high-rise. It's in downtown, and it shows what the different transects and the different zones are. And I think that's a very important slide that you should probably include in most every presentation that you give from here on out. So thank you very much. And Mr. Scott, did you have a question or a comment?
If you would open the public.
Will do. This was a public presentation or hearing. Announced this public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask the planners to step back into the first row. Good evening.
Hi, it's me again, sorry. Jessica Saylor, 1208 Charmas. I just had two questions for them. First of all, they came and they did a wonderful job on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian earlier this week that helped us understand what's going on. It was very insightful. I just had two questions for them. One of them was, I see that there's a design review scheduled in March 2018. I didn't know if they had a date for that set or if that's still sort of a tentative to go over it. I see it on the card up there. And then my other question is, just in general, I was wondering how much the city of Las Vegas has paid to put together this wonderful 2045 vision plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment section and ask the planners to come back up and ask if you could address both those questions.
Certainly. So regarding the community two-day design workshop, that's one of the deliverables that our consultant has, but at this point we don't have a date. We do have a target time period. But I would like to mention that that doesn't preclude us from meeting with the neighbors between that time. Especially now, I think timing is working out very fortunate for the medical district, considering the interest that we're getting from the neighbors. That's our key interest is an engaged neighborhood is a good chance to get as much input on a process as possible. So definitely look forward to the design workshop, but we plan on reaching out to pretty much anyone that asks us to come in the downtown master plan area to explain the form-based code. With that, I believe if the question was regarding the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan, I believe the estimate budget was $1.4 million.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Robert
Yes.
Summerfield, Acting Planning Manager. The budget for the downtown master plan, and this budget was compiled from multiple different sources, that came in at just under $750,000. This implementation item, I believe, is like 150, is that right?
250.
250. So, and this is, again, this is more than just the medical district under that budget amount. That is including all of these, all 4 districts, I believe we're looking at, and including creating a structure and a framework for staff to then complete the rest of the downtown master plan area. So,
thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you so much for coming out tonight and giving that great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Would you indulge me for a moment? I think that
there's no action required on that particular item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if you would indulge me for a moment.
Please.
The applicant for the housekeeping items made a request to have items 29 through 38 and 39 obeyed until the January 9th, 2018 meeting. And I was remiss, normally, just for the applicants, so that the citizens know that we normally, the request for abeyance comes from the applicant and not from the residents. And so, but I think there is a compelling case to ask that we move, or that we obey it from the December 12th meeting to the January 9th meeting, so that they can work out any differences and come back to the Planning Commission with a full plan, hopefully that is harmonious with the residents as well as applicants. So if you would not mind, I would request that we go back and open this item up again, rescind the vote, and then take another vote that we obey it to the 9th.
Is that a motion to rescind the vote for the housekeeping items?
Yes.
We could just rescind items. Did you already vote on 29 through 30?
Yes, we voted on 24, 25 through, 47, and then 55, 57.
Why don't we just rescind those, Mr. Chairman, and then re-vote on those to change the date?
Okay, so we would need a motion to rescind. I make a motion to rescind the abate items 29 through 39.
So that's 29 through
39.
Through 39. Okay, so there's a motion.
Well, 38.
There's a motion.
38. Thank you.
Motion on the floor to rescind items 29 through 38. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries to rescind the previous motion to hold those items in abeyance till December 12th.
Great. Mr. Chair, through you, I'd like to make a motion to obey agenda items 29 through 38 until the January 9th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting.
Motion's on the floor to hold items 29 through 38 until the January 9th, 2018 Planning Commission hearing. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the confusion.
Hey, no problem. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, moving on to the one motion, one vote items. The following items are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Item number 7, TMP 71808, applicant owner, Woodside Homes, Nevada, LLC, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 84-lot, single-family residential subdivision on the northeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Sky Village Road, Ward 6, Fiore. Staff recommends approval. Item number 8, VAR 71686, applicant owner, school board and trustees, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot perimeter landscape buffer on a portion of the west property line where 8 feet is required and 0 feet or foot perimeter landscape, or 0 perimeter landscape trees where 5 trees are required at 1960 Farrell Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item number 9, SDR 71687, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 30,184 square foot addition to an existing 60,042 square foot public-private school primary. Staff recommends approval. Item 10, VAR 71760, applicant Caravans LLC, owner Guadalupe Trust, for action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback along a portion of the south property line where 10 feet is required on the west side of Rancho, north of Red Coach Avenue, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends approval. Number 11, SUP 71759, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed delivery and service vehicle storage facility use with a waiver to allow the repair or service in vehicles where such is not allowed. Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends approval. Item 12, SDR 71761, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2,104 square foot delivery and vehicle storage facility with waivers to allow a 5-foot perimeter landscape buffer along a portion of the north and south property line where 8 feet is required, and a 7-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line where 15 feet is required. Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends approval. Item 13, SUP 71786, applicant March Bukakis, owner WFT NV LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,457 square foot restaurant with alcohol with 518 square foot of outdoor seating and a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a religious facility, synagogue, where 400 feet is required at 2620 Regatta Drive, Suite 106, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends approval. I'll open this up for a public hearing here in a second, if you can let me get through all these items.
Okay, thank you.
Staff recommends approval. Item 14, SCR 71787, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for 2,863 square foot building addition to an existing 70,144 square foot shopping center, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends approval. SUP 71921, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking analysis to allow 36 parking spaces where 46 spaces are required for a proposed government facility, fire station at 2645 West Washington Avenue, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item number 16, SDR 71773, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 13,513 square foot government facility, fire station, with waivers to allow a 2-foot perimeter landscape buffer width along portions of the east and west property lines where 8 feet is required, a 10-foot perimeter landscape buffer width along the south property line where 15 feet is required, and a 12-foot perimeter landscape buffer width along the north property line where 15 feet is required, and to allow the shade structures to encroach into the required landscape buffer area where such is not allowed. Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item 17, SUP 71648, applicant Edward Homes Incorporated, owner California Law Partners LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,157 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use at 197 East California Street, Suite 140, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 18, SUP 71732, applicant Larson Market, owner Buffalo Alta Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,541 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use within an existing general retail use convenience store with a waiver to allow a 362-foot distance separation from an existing school where 400 feet is required at 450 South Buffalo Drive, Suite 112, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item 19, SDR 71691, applicant owner, School Board of Trustees, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 30,156 square foot addition to an existing 62,305 square foot public or private school primary at 2200 James Bilberry Drive, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. We have 3 microphones, so please come forward. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Seth Calson. I live at 6080 North Conquistador Street in Las Vegas. I'd like to object to item 13. That's the special use permit regarding extension of a existing building to a 0-foot property separation.
Excuse me. Perhaps we could pull those off that the gentleman would like to speak on, and then you could vote on the remaining. One motion,
Do you want to
one vote.
pull item 13, 14 off of this one motion, one vote agenda?
Yes.
And to be heard?
Would that give me an opportunity then to object to it?
Yes.
Today, or would be a schedule for a different time?
It'll be one of the first things that we talk about.
Yes.
Today.
Okay, then pull it off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, I have a question for items 25 through 28. Well, they've been obeyed, but I have a couple of questions. I represent the group of homeowners in that area. Question one would be...
yes, Mr. Attorney.
Since we're on the one motion, one vote items, you may want to just pull that item 13, 14, vote on the one motion, one vote items, and then maybe this gentleman can be after that, just so we can stay in order.
But didn't we already
We've already- yeah,
vote
we've
on
already
this
obeyed those.
and already made this
You've
a
already-
public hearing and nobody come forward? I mean, to
But I think he's asking questions on the ones that are not on the one motion, one vote, the ones you've already voted on, the ones you've already voted to obey. He's asking questions with regard to those.
if you have specific questions about that particular application, you would like to talk to staff, that's fine. Mr. Summerfield would be glad to address those, but those items, we already held in abeyance until the January 9th, 2018 Plan Commission hearing.
Okay, I
And we
understand.
already opened this for a public hearing.
I understand that. I just had a couple of questions, and who should I talk to over there?
He's holding his hand
Okay.
up, Mr.
Thank you.
Summerfield.
Can I
Thank
go
you,
back
sir.
there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other comments, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, turn this over to Commissioner Creer for a motion.
Thank you.
Chairman, I apologize.
I'm sorry,
and
Commissioner
Creer.
Roush?
I would like to pull item number 17 for discussion. And I
Okay.
would also like to respectfully submit for the record that I'd like to approve all items except for number 7, and let the record reflect that my no vote on number 7 is due to Bozarth Elementary School being at 135% of capacity and Arborview at 115% capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Creer, can we get a vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For a motion?
Through you, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 7. Do I need to read each variance?
Yeah, just the numbers.
Yeah.
Just Commissioner.
One motion, one vote items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, pull 13 and 14, approve agenda items 15 and 16, pull agenda item 17, approve 18 and 19 under the one motion, one vote.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And please post.
And also,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. Please note the no vote on agenda item 7 for...
Commissioner Roush.
Yeah, I'm just, okay, for Commissioner Rouse.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 7 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 7 days. Items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 18, and 19 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as how related to items 13 and 14 has already been read into the record, I'm not going to read it back into the record and just go straight to staff and ask for a staff report. And is the applicant, okay, if the applicant will go ahead and come forward.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to expand the existing restaurant and change the use from a beer wine cooler on-sale operation to a restaurant with alcohol. The requests are a result of a code enforcement action for non-permitted construction. The request meets all Title 19 requirements with the exception of the requested waiver of distance separation from a religious facility. Since the waiver request is the same as for the existing beer wine cooler use, staff is supporting it and recommending approval. Please know that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can I get your name and address?
Sure. Jeff Wyatt, 8109 Moonstone Circle, 89128.
Thank you.
Rhonda Wyatt, 8109 Moonstone Circle, 89128.
Thank you. Do you have anything to say?
Well, there's a facility that actually was approved 3 months ago, the same distance from the church that we're requesting at the same time.
And also, the church has been there for many years, and we've been operating under a beer and wine license. So basically, we're just asking to add or change to a restaurant with alcohol. So we've owned the restaurant for 10 years. The synagogue has been there for most of that time, but it was not there when we first bought the restaurant, I don't think.
Well, yeah, the original special use permit was approved for alcohol in 1992. The facility was operated with providing alcohol until current, which we actually own now. And the Shabbat was built in, I think, 2001 or 2002. So we've been operating with alcohol at that facility for at least 9 to 10 years before the Shabbat was built, and then 10 years thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This was noticed as public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. And I'd ask the applicants not to go too far, maybe sit in the front row.
Thank you. Seth Callison, 6080 North Conquistador Street, Las Vegas. Yeah, currently there's quite a bit of distance between the building and Chabad. But I looked at the plans, and the way it's proposed is that they want to build right on the property line, within 0 feet. The property line is within feet from the eastern side of the building. Now, the synagogue in question is Chabad of Summerlin, and it's a very vibrant synagogue with a very vibrant and active community. They worship there 7 days a week, morning, afternoon, and evening, and those are regular days. They're even there more on the holidays. The eastern part of the synagogue is the most sacred part of the sanctuary. That's where the Torah scrolls are kept. By Jewish law, it has to be on the eastern side. Everyone faces towards the east. That's where the Torah is read. That's where all the worship takes place. So by moving this building a few hundred feet from its existing location to the proposed location, it would bring it right to the patio and eastern wall of the facility. There will be a lot of noise. There's a good reason why there's a 400-foot set-off. And I urge the Planning Commission to vote no, because that noise is going to severely impact worship. It's going to be quite a substantial and severe impact on the worship, to the point where I don't know how they can conduct services. So there will be additional traffic, foot traffic, noise, and right within feet of the outside porch. There's also a side door there that they like to keep open when the weather permits, because they like to face east. And there are some in the congregation that will open the door and so forth. Plus, parking is at a premium. Sometimes there are no spaces available, and this would take away much of the parking spaces there. So I view this as really a severe hardship on the community that uses the Chabad of Summerlin as both a place of worship and a place of study, and also as a general community that caters from the very young to the old. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the applicants to come back up. I'll give you a minute if you'd like to have a rebuttal.
Actually, there is no expansion of the existing facility as it's been operated for the last 14 years. We've peacefully coexisted serving alcohol in our facility and have not had any untoward effect, no complaints. Actually, some of the Shabbat attendees are our customers too, and are very happy that we're there. But again, there's no expansion of the facility. When the original on-premise license was approved in 2000, the diagram of the outside of the facility wasn't sufficient to explain the actual amount of space that's being used in the back of the building facing the lake.
And our goal here was simply, with a current beer and wine only license, basically just offering a full liquor license to the existing restaurant patrons. So we don't see that anything would really change, other than just allowing our dining patrons to be able to order something other than beer and wine. That was the goal.
So you're currently in this location, and you're going to stay in this location, and you're just expanding the size of the restaurant?
No, actually, the lease agreement is exactly the same that it's been for at least 15 years. But the problem was in the original liquor license approval, the diagram that was drawn wasn't sufficient to actually define the entire space that was outside. So now we're applying for and defining that space. And that's been used in that exact same manner and form prior to the Shabbat being built, and even for at least, what has it been, 2002 to 2017, 15 years thereafter.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, this is within walking distance to my house, and I have eaten at the restaurant many times. It won't affect how I vote on this issue. But a lot of the people that live in the Desert Shores area around your restaurant walk over there. They walk around, they go sit out by the lake, and then they walk back home again. So most of my neighbors, we walk over there. We don't drive our cars. And you will have my support on this issue tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick comment. I've been to the restaurant numerous times. My wife and I were just there, I don't know, last week or so, and I think it's a wonderful restaurant. I think you guys do a great job, and I can understand why you want to add alcohol sales to there. It'd probably enhance your restaurant, I would imagine. Every time I've been there, I haven't seen a conflict with the synagogue that's there in the restaurant, and it seems you guys play nice in the sandbox. So I personally don't see an issue. I wish you all the best and congratulate you on having a successful restaurant and being successful business owners. So I wish you all the best. You'll see my support on this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If we could please get a motion.
I'd like to make that motion, please. SUP 71786 for approval with staff recommendations.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries. Director Lowenstein.
I'd like to make a motion for SDR 71787 for approval with staff recommendations.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, items 13 and 14 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 17, as previously read into the record, could we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to add beer and wine off sale to a new convenience store. The use is permitted with the approval of a special use permit and meets all requirements of Title 19. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Allard with Rad Studio, 197 East California Street, here on behalf of the applicant. This proposal is relatively straightforward. We have a C store going into a C1 zoning designation, so we're SUP for the beer wine cooler off sales. We're asking for no waivers and no variances. No distance limitations, we're perfectly adequate there. Everyone in the neighborhood's been really excited for this space. Currently, our closest proximity to any sort of C-store is the 7-Eleven or the AM/PM. My office is actually in 197, so I've sort of gotten word out there about this place going in town. The gentleman who owns it and operates it actually has his first location is at the Jewel. It's called the Downtown Corner Store, so this is his second location. So he actually lives in Jewel in one of those live-work spaces, so he's excited to be expanding. He's increasing his footprint by almost double, so he's obviously invested a lot in downtown and is really looking forward to opening this establishment.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a couple of quick questions. First of all, also, I want to make sure that I state for the record that I do own property south of the Arts District, but I don't feel that this item is going to materially affect my judgment, or that issue is going to materially affect my judgment or my vote on this, so I will be voting on this item. I do want to ask the applicant a couple of things. Are you going to have slot machines in this location?
Yes, there will be 5 slot machines, and just to sort of elaborate on the alcohol in the slot machines, for this gentleman to feel that he feels is going to be a viable business plan, he needs the revenue from the gaming and the alcohol sales, and he believes that will obviously support his business. As of now, we don't have a whole lot of residential in the area, so he's really reliant on business side of it, which is a 9 to 5 in that area. And then obviously special events will boost his business, but the gaming and alcohol was really important for him to feel like he was going to be able to succeed.
I certainly understand that, and I sympathize. We're here to make decisions based on the land use alone, so we can't really make any kind of determination or take into account the fact that is needed for his business. So I just want you to know that and understand that as we discuss this. But the slot machines concern me a little bit, but I do understand, and I've been told by code enforcement that the slot approval goes with the alcohol, and so that's something that you apply for later after the fact. So I want to just make sure that the record reflects that, or that the audience knows that. I wanted to also make sure that we take a look at this in a year, and I'd like to see if you'd be willing to agree to restricting your alcohol sales to 6-packs and not allow the sale of singles. I've been contacted by a number of business owners in the area, and I agree with you. First of all, the residents in the area should be delighted if it's a good operation and it's consistent with the one operated at Jewel. It should be good, and it'll be a service to the area. But the business owners are concerned that there'll be the attraction of vagrants or bums that'll be, attracted to buying singles, or people approaching them to buy singles that are underage, that sort of thing. And that's a problem we've had in other locations. So I'd like to request that you would be willing to consider an administrative review for 1 year, and that you'd be willing to take a look at having us do a restriction for the sale of singles and the sale of alcohol that's over 6%.
I can agree to the administrative review in 1 year, but I cannot agree to the restricted use of the liquor license.
No, we would be approving the liquor use. We'd just be putting an administrative requirement on it that states that you can't sell single cans at a time, and that you can't sell alcohol over 6%.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry for miscommunicating that. I can't agree to that.
You're not willing to agree to that?
No.
Okay. Can I ask staff also, do we have any code compliance issues with the operator at Jewel? It's the same operator for this application. Do we know if there's been any issues over there? Maybe you didn't have a chance to check. It just occurred to me, and I apologize.
For the record, Barry McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. No, I didn't get a chance to check that out, so I'm not sure.
All right, thank you.
I can tell you that I'm not aware of any. If they
Nothing
were
pops to
very
mind.
problematic, I'd probably be aware.
Thank you.
Commissioner Queer.
Thank you. I would say this, like I tell many of the applicants that are trying to get a beer and wine cooler, I would hate to see, and hopefully you would not have people standing outside of the facility drinking and just congregating as if it's a bar, or standing on a corner drinking alcohol like that. It's not for that. It's meant to be purchased and then go to where you're going to go and then consume, instead of standing outside, brown bagging it.
And I agree with that concern, and I would ask that if we're going to agree to a review in a year, that maybe if we see that there are complaints due to single sale of alcohol, that at the year review time, that can be discussed, and then it can be decided at that point whether it needs to be revoked or conditioned. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roush, I'd like to see what you would think about, instead of saying single cell, just say in the original manufacturer's configuration or something along those lines, because just stating that we're selling a six-pack, I mean, there's certain manufacturers that might package 3 or 4 or 8 or something else. So maybe Peter can, or Mr. Lowenstein could maybe.
And I have no problem with the 6-packs, the 8-packs, the 4-packs, the cartons, the packaging that comes, with beer. I'm familiar with that, as you know. But it's really those single cans, that you can buy for $2.99 and just grab, go, and drink it as you walk down the street, even though it's illegal. People do it. I'm more concerned with underage people trying to purchase alcohol and approaching, folks who, how do I put it, politically correct, that hang out in front of the convenience store hoping they can make an extra buck buying a beer for an underage kid. I'm sorry, it's just the way it works.
Commissioner Roush, I do agree with you, and especially it's a sensitive area with First Friday and everything else down there. So if somebody could go in and just pick up a single, it's different than picking up a 6-pack. I mean, if there's no residents within the neighborhood, who's going picking up a single besides people that you probably don't want around that neighborhood? So I would say if Director Lowenstein could probably assist us with some sort of language on the configuration of the cell and what we're talking about.
I want to ask a quick question before you do that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do they sell singles? And I understand completely where you're coming from, but one of the questions, do you know if they sell singles at the AM/PM in the 7-Eleven, right, which is around the corner from you?
I cannot speak accurately to that.
I just kind of think that it might, if this, because AM/PM is right on the corner of Charleston and Main, or Fourth and not even Charleston. Yeah, Fourth and Charleston. Which is really around the corner for you. From a business perspective, if they put that requirement on you, it would put you at a competitively disadvantage if there are singles there. And
yeah,
that doesn't make it right.
Right. No, I hear you.
But
It's difficult.
if precedent is set with your peers, I would hate to put you at a competitive disadvantage from a business perspective if your competitors are able to sell singles right down the street.
if this,
Staff, anybody know? Anybody bought a single at
regardless,
AM/PM lately?
Commissioner Kerr.
Yes.
I mean, regardless of the fact, I do understand where you're going, and I do appreciate your opinion on that, but, I mean, the way we have looked at it in the Arts District in Fremont East, and this is just my personal opinion, is, I mean, we don't want to keep perpetuating what has happened throughout the past with the AM/PM. If they don't have it, we don't want to give it to them, and we don't want to keep doing this. I mean, it's just not good for an area where we have so many kids and so many people coming to, where they can walk in, pick up 2 beers and walk out for $2 a piece, versus going into a bar where they're going to get ID'd and they can't bring that beer out. And I mean, that's some of the reasoning behind, why I would vote this way. It keeps somebody from going in and just bringing out a couple of beers and handing them out, versus I guess you can go in and buy a 6-pack, and but by the time you get through the 6-pack, it's going to be hot if you don't drink that quick. So Director Lowenstein.
All right, so what I've heard is, for first condition, administrative review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance. And second one, right now I hear difference of opinions on the condition. I'll read one, and then the second part you can either add to that condition or not. The sales of single beers, malt beverages, or wine coolers of any size with alcohol by volume greater than 6% shall be prohibited. The sales of wines with an alcohol by volume of greater than 16% shall be prohibited. The add-on would be, all merchandise shall remain in their original packaging and configuration and not be dismantled for single sales.
It's not necessary that the applicant agree to the conditions you place on an item. It's just, it's nice if he does agree, but if he doesn't, you're welcome to place those conditions on there.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
And if I could just inquire if, obviously I can disagree and you guys can place that as a condition. Is that something that could be contested in the 7 days but prior to final action, or?
Correct.
how does that work?
Anything, I mean, if you disagree with this and we decide to go ahead and place those conditions on, and we move to approve with those conditions, you could, if it's final action at Planning Commission, you can go to the city clerk's office within 7 to 10 days, and contest that and bring it to city council.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Another point of clarification.
Okay.
If I could? Just for clarification, so the condition we're looking to put a condition on and put them at a disadvantage without even knowing if the AMPM or other thing like was brought up by the commissioner, if they're selling singles, number one. And number two is, I'm looking here at the application, and neighborhoods associated notified 27, mailed notices 342, approvals 5, protests 0. And we're sitting here talking about putting a condition on a business and possibly putting them at a disadvantage. I don't understand it.
Commissioner Del Savio, I do understand your concerns. However, we're not here to vote on if it's putting somebody at a competitive advantage or disadvantage. That's not really our responsibility. Our responsibility is what is appropriate for the neighborhood today, and is it appropriate in that particular neighborhood based on the facts that are presented today, and what Commissioner Roush and I have stated, which certain commissioners may or may not agree with, is we don't feel that it's appropriate in that particular area due to the 20,000 people that come down to First Friday. So we're not basing our opinion on a competitive advantage. We're basing purely on a planning perspective. And this has been not only, Commissioner Roush's and my perspective, but it's also been the perspective of the Fremont East Entertainment District and also the Fremont Street Experience over the past couple of years, because you find people going in, picking up liquor, and then consuming, singles, and going back in, grabbing another, and going out. And the city attorney had his hands full at one point because Metro was out finding people on the Fremont East Entertainment District, for purchasing liquor at those little stores and walking and drinking it where they shouldn't be drinking alcohol on the streets. And hundreds of tickets were having to be thrown out each week just because people didn't know the rules. So my vote's not being based on a competitive advantage. It's based on the downtown businesses and the specific areas that we're in.
And if I can, I get that, and it might have been worded wrong, but again, it's already pre-existing. Why can't we just put it with businesses that are supposedly allowed that? Because nobody can qualify and answer that. But why can't we put the condition on this stating that after a 1-year review, should, bunch of complaints, code enforcement, Metro, whatever, then at that point in time, take it up then, instead of having him go into that business, in my opinion, at a disadvantage.
And you definitely have the ability to make that recommendation and make a motion for that if that's what you would like to do. And so definitely don't want to hinder any person's business. I mean, I'm definitely pro-business, own many of them. But you know, there's just certain things in downtown that has created, you know, a lot of issues here recently. Well, and not recently, over the past 4 years that we've kind of become a little sensitive to. But I do understand your comments and appreciate you bringing that up, and you please feel free to vote however you'd like. Commissioner Roush?
I'd like to move to make a motion, please, through you, Chairman.
Please do.
I'd like to approve item number 17 with the condition that we restrict the packaging and the sale of alcohol above 6% as read into the record by Planning Director Lowenstein, Acting Planning Director Lowenstein. Oh, and a one-year administrative review as well. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that's with entirety, the entire thing I read? I'll just reread it, and then you can tell me if you want to edit it. So an administrative review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance. The sales of singles beer, malt beverages, or wine coolers of any size with alcohol by volume greater than 6% shall be prohibited. The sales of wine with an alcohol by volume of greater than 16% shall be prohibited. All merchandise shall remain in their original packaging and configuration and not be dismantled for single sales.
That is correct.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearing items. Item 23, Advance VAR 71322. Applicant owner Placido Bustos for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an 8-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required for an existing one-story front porch carport addition at 5708 Heron Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Al Velasco, 2120 Round Avenue.
I'm sorry. 1 second, if we can get the staff report first.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a variance to deviate from the minimum 20-foot front yard setback requirement. The subject property currently has an incomplete one-story front yard porch/carport addition on the southern perimeter of the principal dwelling, which is currently under construction. This resulted in a code enforcement violation being opened on the subject property for a non-permitted structural addition within the front yard setback area. On October 5th, 2017, the applicant submitted revised drawings which depict a 14-foot front yard setback for the one-story addition to the home. As the applicant has provided no compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the site itself, staff recommends denial of this request as the proposed home addition is not appropriate or compatible with the neighborhood. Please note that additional letters of support and opposition have been received since notification. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Al Velasco, 2120 Ramble Avenue, on behalf of the owner. No, I was just going to ask, because I'm reading here, it says, still says that the variance is for 8 feet front yard setback, but he already clarified it's a 14, which we asked the second time we've been here.
Okay.
So other than that, now I understand it's clear.
Thank you.
Okay.
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, the abeyance on VAR 71322, I agree with staff, and I would motion to deny.
Okay, before we take a motion, I'm going to go to Commissioner Creer.
I just have a question. Are you the owner?
No,
Are you
on behalf of the owner here.
What's
The owner's right here.
So you guys built this big structure, and this is a huge structure. I mean,
Yeah,
especially for the
it's a
town.
monster, I know.
Yeah, so you built this without any, you didn't think you had to get any permits or do anything? You just free to go up and
Nothing.
just build it?
The owner relied on some person that told him that he would have everything in order and with permits, so that he didn't know.
Yeah, okay, well then, I feel bad then,
I understand, yeah.
because wow, I feel bad, because I can't support it. But thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you.
You know,
Should I do
I
it?
think if
Yeah.
this doesn't go the way that you want it to go, you could talk to the contractors board and maybe get some of your money back out of this. Commissioner Toussaint, can we get a motion?
Yes, VAR 71322 for denial.
Motion on the floor for denial.
Did we open a public hearing, Chairman? Did we open up a public hearing? Thought we did. Okay.
Yes, I did open public hearing. Thank you. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will move forward to City Council on January 3rd, 2018.
All right, jumping ahead to item number 40. Item 40, waiver 71797, applicant owner D.R. Horton Incorporated for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no street lights on Amulet Ridge Court, Irish Cliffs Court, and Tropical Parkway, west of Alpine Ridge Way on the southwest corner of Tropical Parkway and Alpine Ridge Way, Ward 6, Fiore. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, on May 18th, 2016, the City Council approved a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights on Michele Crest Way, Antique Ridge Court, Shrine Ridge Court, El Campo Grande Avenue, and Tropical Parkway east of Alpine Ridge, along with a subsequent tentative map for a 49-lot single-family residential subdivision on the subject site. With this request, the applicant has requested a waiver to not install required streetlights on the remaining streets within the subdivision, including Amulet Ridge Court, Irish Cliffs Court, and Tropical Parkway west of Alpine Ridge Way. Although the streetlights are not customary in this area, the street is currently working on building complete street standards throughout the city. Staff does not support this requested waiver as it does not meet the required complete street standards outlined in Title 1902, which requires street lighting for public streets to be designed, installed, and upgraded in accordance with city standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing D.R. Horton. For some of you, you understand the history here with this specific area. I've been representing D.R. Horton up in the northwest area with respect to several developments in this area. Projects to the south of a D.R. Horton project and project to the east, another D.R. Horton project, has been approved with this type of application that's before you for the waiver of streetlights. That's what we're asking to do on this portion of the property that I have on the overhead here itself. There is a condition in the Public Works conditions that does require us to stub out for future lights, and also to either contribute or to give the street light poles to the city. So although we're asking to keep in consistent with the northwest of what's been requested by the neighbors out here, we will have, as I mentioned, stubbed and address the street light issue if and when in fact the city would like to put lights out in this area. So with that being said, we'd ask you to approve the application with the if approved conditions. And as I mentioned, we've already had the other subdivisions surrounding us with this similar approval.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Mr. Gronauer, if I could ask you to step back into the first row.
Hi.
Good evening.
Joe Scott, J-O-S-C-O-T-T, 5928 Golden Arowana Way. Sorry, I'm so nervous.
No
I
problem.
wrote
Thank
something
you.
out, so if you don't mind if I just read it.
Please do.
I'm here in support of D.R. Horton's waiver of streetlights in and around the Summit Ridge community. I live in a D.R. Horton home and purchased in the rural neighborhood preservation because that is specifically where I wanted to live and retire, purchasing our forever home in a rural neighborhood with a county feel, country feel, and rural atmosphere. The area is extremely peaceful with a big dark night sky, where we can see the stars and the moon with a big city view off in the distance. There are no developments surrounding Summit Ridge that have streetlights, and the addition of such lighting is not conducive to the peacefulness of the RMP. The D.R. Horton community we live in has carriage lighting on all the houses, which illuminates the homes extending to the street just enough without the feeling of living in a concrete urban jungle. I know that this is the plan for Summit Ridge as well. As stated in the staff report, when a site is developed in the city of Las Vegas, it is customary to require the installation of all incomplete improvements surrounding the site so that they match what exists in the surrounding area. This site is in the Rural Neighborhood Preservation Area, which D.R. Horton is constantly working to blend in and respect the integrity and intent of this rural community planned many years ago. I've seen nothing but kindness and respect from D.R. Horton in this quest to ask for a streetlight waiver. I wish there could be some solution to these annexed parcels in the RMP, as there has to be a streetlight waiver for every parcel that's built on by any developer in the RMP. Maybe the carriage lighting could be a solution to all future developer-built homes in the RMP to satisfy the lighting requirements. In talking with my neighbors and homeowners, parcel owners, and small ranch owners of the RMP, they do not want street lights, nor do they want sidewalks, gutters, curbs. They want a simple rural street with slow-moving vehicles and horse paths with a big dark night sky. My neighbors living in the RMP are continually striving to protect this neighborhood. It is a neighborhood gem, and I would again ask for support from the city in preserving the rural atmosphere. Please vote for no streetlights.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Mr. Grunhauer will
Just
give
a
you
quick comment. She did a wonderful job, a way better job than I did in the presentation, so I want to thank her for taking the time to come down here to express what I said, what the neighbors want out there.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So you'll be discounting your fees tonight.
I'm actually going to let her bill D.R. Horton.
Okay.
I'm going to tell D.R. Horton I didn't do anything but just come down here, okay? So she did it all.
All
So
right.
I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, I want to go ahead and make one comment, and then I'll turn it over to Commissioner DeSalvio. And I'd like to ask our Fire Marshal Nolan, when we're, and I know this isn't about all the off-sites, this is just about our street lights, but when we're waiving these off-sites, we're not waiving any kind of improvements to the water lines and the fire hydrants and everything else that are going up and down Alpine Way or any of these major streets. Is that correct?
That's correct. And what's critical for first responders are the address numbers visible and illuminated on the homes. That's already required.
Thank you. And I appreciate you being with us tonight. This is the first night that we've had the opportunity to have you here, and so I appreciate you attending and being able to address any questions that might come up.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner DeSalvio.
This is exactly why people move out to the Northwest Ward 6 areas, is just to have that rural atmosphere, no street lights. My neighborhood doesn't have it, and I love every minute of it. Unless anybody has any other comment, I would definitely like to make a motion to approve.
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion to approve WVR 71797.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council on January 3rd, 2018.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 41 through 43, starting with 41 VAR 71688, applicant owners, school board and trustees for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 39-foot building height where 35 feet is the maximum allowed, a 2-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line where 15 feet is required, and a zero parking lot landscape islands where 4 are required at 1300 Pauline Way, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. 42, VAR 71796, for possible action on a request for variance to allow 17 additional parking spaces where 66 additional parking spaces are required. Ward 3 Coffin, staff recommends denial. And finally, item 43, SDR 71690, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed two-story, 34,440 square foot addition to an existing 47,451 square foot public or private school primary. Ward 3 Coffin, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requested to construct a new 34,440 square foot classroom building at an existing elementary school at 1300 Pauline Way. The building will be 2 stories and will include 22 classrooms, restrooms, and storage facilities. The subject site has a civic zoning designation and is subject to the requirements of Title 1910, which generally allow the establishment of development standards through approval of a site development plan review. However, because the site is adjacent to R1 single-family residentially zoned properties, development is subject to specific development standards outlined in Title 19. Currently, the subject site is parking impaired. A variance has been requested to allow 17 new on-site parking spaces where 16 additional parking spaces are required. A total of 30 parking spaces were provided for the existing site as previously approved. Supplemental off-site parking containing 78 spaces is provided on the parcel to the west of the school, which is located within a separate 100-foot wide Nevada Energy easement. However, it cannot be counted to the site's overall total parking. In addition, a variance is required to allow a 39-foot tall building where 35 feet is allowed, a 2-foot wide perimeter landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line where 15 feet is required, and no additional parking lot landscape islands. The proposed school expansion conforms to the policies and objectives of the school facilities element of the Las Vegas Master Plan. However, given the small relative size of the subject site and its proximity to residential development without proper mitigation of the effects of the development, the proposed classroom addition to the existing primary school is not compatible with the existing school facilities and development within the neighborhood. Staff therefore recommends denial of the proposed applications, subject to conditions. Please note that additional letters of support have been received since notification. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Justin Lamb, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here representing CCSD as well as Linda here. What we are looking at is a 22-room classroom addition for this site. The larger goal of this is to help alleviate the number of portables that we're seeing on site and provide kind of equity with modern facilities and permanent classrooms for all of these schools. We are, as planning said, there is a parking lot on the adjacent to the site that is NV Energy's. We're in the process of working on an agreement to establish that as part of our parcel, or not part of our parcel, but part of our project, and also expand some of that parking.
Thank you. You have any additional comments?
I do. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 1180 Military Tribute Place, Henderson, Nevada, representing the Clark County School District. The plan that we brought in originally, we started parking on that easement or under that easement in 1990. So it's been there for many, many years. We come to find out that we did not have an agreement with NV Energy to allow parking in there. So in speaking with planning, what we're going to have to do is come back with you at a later date and apply for a GPA, general plan amendment, a special use permit because I can show you here. This is actually the parcel that the easement that we're parking in now. This is the existing one, and this is the one where we're going to have to go and get a rezone in because it's zoned R1. This is zone CV, so we already have the use that's permitted for the parking. We did speak with NV Energy. We are working on the agreement. It's close to being completed, and they will sign the applications for us to come in and go ahead and rezone that for them. And then we will meet the parking standards along with the site itself.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. If I could ask the two applicants to sit in the front row, and while we get the comments from, hello, good evening.
Hello. My name is Marlyn Shane. I live at 1317 Pauline Way, directly across the street from Crestwood Elementary School. I think adding to the school is a wonderful idea. There's always been a problem with the parking. It continues to be a problem with the parking. Not only that, but the traffic that we have going down Pauline Way and going up Wingert and back down Wingert. The city has said that they are going to put in some walkways and sidewalks and lights on the side of Wingert, which faces the school. It's at the back. That whole block is the back of houses, so they don't see anything that goes on, but it's a trash heap, and there's a lot of things that the city has said that they're going to do, like make a walkway through where the parking is supposed to be. That's been planned as well, but I've lived in my house now for 43 years. My neighbor, who's sitting over here, has been there for longer than that, and we've seen no improvements in our neighborhood. Nothing has become better. I work for the Clark County School District myself for 24 years, so I understand the problems. I worked at Crestwood, but something needs to be looked at. I was told that there were going to be buses that are going to go across the front of Pauline Way, which directly faces our house, and that there's going to be no barriers or landscaping there. I don't want to look at that. I've looked at trash on one side and the school and the parking lot, which used to be a playground, for all these years. I'm against it. I'm one person, two people. Many of the people in our neighborhood are renters, and they aren't at the meeting because they don't receive the notification that gets sent out, but their families. It's a good neighborhood. The people care about their children. Many, many, many people drive their kids to work or to school every day. And because it's downtown, that's probably why they do it. But I feel like, and my neighbor feels like, something needs to be looked at a little bit differently in order that that this plan could work out. The building is fine. There's two-story apartment buildings right adjacent to that. It's supposed to be a senior citizen apartment building, but that time is almost up. That was almost 20 years ago when that was put in there. So that restriction is going to end, and that's going to become multifamily. So there will be probably more children in our neighborhood, and that's a wonderful thing. But the traffic and the parking is a big problem. So I would suggest that you look at that again and see if something can be worked out. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask Ms. Perry if she has any rebuttal.
This is the new site plan that we're going to come in with, and originally Crestwood did not have a bus drop-off. So what we're doing is we're adding a bus drop-off coming off of here. If we can maybe, put additional landscaping in there, put some additional buffering in there. The site is small. That's the problem. We're working with such a constrained site. It's only 6.16 acres. And I realize that we're trying to put that building on such a small site, but we also want to make it equitable and get those children out of the portables and give them a nice facility to learn in. And that's kind of the rub that we have with this site. But at least we're trying to take it off of there and put it in a right in, right out, so they come in Pauline Way and then go out Wingert. So I don't know if that'll help. It'll certainly pull that traffic off. At least we're getting some additional parking over here. So hopefully it's making the site a little bit better than it used to be. I went over there. I did go when they had dismissal, and like every other school, it is very difficult. I mean, everyone has their own specific challenges, and this one is no exception to the rule.
Thank you. And, you know, I think that's one of the important points to make. And I did meet with Ms. Perry today about not necessarily this school in particular, but just about all of our schools in particular, and what the school district's plans are over the, I mean, where we come from 5 years ago to where we are today, to where we're going to be next year, and the number of schools that are going to be built. And I mean, it's a enormous fund that is out there to build these schools, but that, I mean, those funds just get eaten up so quickly when you start building brand new schools or rehabbing and these older schools. And one of the things that I'd really like to point out is I own an acre and a half not within the notification area, but probably, you know, a block outside in the notification area. And I pass by the school, you know, a couple times a month, and I hadn't built my house on that Bracken property yet, but I do pass by this area. And the great thing about what the school district is doing is they're taking these old modular structures and the trailers that kids are having to show up to, instead of them showing up to a trailer where they go up a ramp and going inside of that trailer, they're actually going into a brand new, nice, modern school. And so they're not necessarily adding additional students or capacity or anything to that area. And I think I've seen the neighbors out there nodding their head yes. As soon as they seen the bus stop, they were a little happy to see that you did that. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting this, because in time we can get rid of the portables and those modular trailers and putting student into a building where they could be proud to go to school. I think it's better for our kids and our community. Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I lived on Wengert, and I went to Crestwood, so I understand the neighborhood. Anytime you can do something better for the... I lived all over town. I don't think my parents paid the rent, so we lived everywhere. The only place I haven't lived is Ward 6.
You're welcome.
But really and truly, I went to Crestwood, and I walked to school from Wengert to Pauline Way, and anything we can do to improve this area, you have my support. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Commissioner Creer. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner
Go
Savia.
ahead.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. So for a point of clarification, the expansion that you're doing is not going to increase the number of students. It's going to take the current allotment of students and give them better facilities to learn in. Is that accurate?
Correct. Everything with a P on it is shown as portables. So all these portables are actually being removed. So we're not increasing the capacity of the school. It's already over capacity like most of our schools. So what we're wanting to do is just make it equitable and put them into a much better learning environment with windows and with daylighting and, you know, the new classrooms and equipment. That's basically what these additions on all these older schools are trying to accomplish.
And heat. Yeah.
Yes.
And AC. Oh, okay, yeah, I can relate to the issue of the ingress and egress. I live in Bonanza Village in Maple Hogart. You know, in the mornings and afternoon, you just, it is what it is, unfortunately. And people who pick up their kids and drop them off actually back in our neighborhood, which they probably shouldn't be. But I understand, and I think the issue of the parking lot should be addressed, and hopefully you'll work better with the neighbors. Maybe you guys can work together to figure out if there is an alternate route or something that can be done to make it happen. Maybe you guys can work with them to do that. I am supportive of this. I think that, you know, kids deserve an environment that is conducive to truly learning and not having to deal with all the ancillary issues. So I'm in support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Del Savio?
I just have a question. I don't know if it might not even be germane to the situation, but this is like the third time we've seen, since I've been on the Planning Commission, where we've gotten rid of the portables and we're moving. Are these jobs that are coming up, and probably nobody up here is any more in favor than good jobs than myself, are these a prevailing wage jobs that when these portables are removed and these schools are built, are they going to be prevailing wage jobs?
I believe they are, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and just one last comment, even though it looks like a huge variance, there is a huge NV Energy easement that goes from the north side in town to the south side in town, and you can see from the picture, the aerial photo, there's tons of parking there, and this isn't the first school or place that I've seen where the businesses or whatever has been using the NV Energy easement. So I think I could support this, but I'd be looking for a motion. Commissioner Toussaint.
VAR 71688 for approval with staff conditions.
Thank you. Motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Commissioner Toussaint, item 42.
VAR 71796 for approval.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Commissioners? That motion carries.
VAR, SDR 71690 for approval.
Motion's on the floor for item 43, SDR 71690. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 41, 42, and 43 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to item 44, VAR 71724, applicant owner Andrew T. Du Bois for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 15-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required for a proposed garage addition at 2612 Bryant Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. And 45, SUP 71723 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed accessory structure Class 1 casita use at 2612 Bryant Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the request to reduce the front yard setback from 20 feet to 15 feet in order to accommodate a side-loading two-car garage to be a self-imposed hardship and is recommending denial of the variance request. The special use permit request for the proposed accessory structure, Class 1 casita, meets the minimum requirements set forth by Title 1908 and Title 1912 for accessory structures in the R1 single-family residential zoning district, and staff is recommending approval of this request. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, are you here to speak on this item, or is this are you the applicant?
I'm here as I live directly across the street from the item.
Before I get you to speak, I'm going to let the applicant speak first. If you don't mind sitting in the front row, and I'll call you up here in a few minutes. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Zach Broyles, IZ Design Studio, 2101 South Cimarron Road, and this is the applicant, Mr.
Andrew Dubois, 2612 Bryant Avenue.
Thank you.
9102.
And yeah, per your letter, the casita is in compliance for the accessory structure with the requirements. We are, as required, submitting for a special use permit on that casita. That's here at the rear of the property. We are, however, requesting an encroachment to reduce the setback to 15 feet, which staff is not recommending. I wanted to point out that there are several homes in the neighborhood, one not directly adjacent to, but a couple of houses down and across the street, where the setback, I believe, is actually 10 feet, where we're proposing 15. We are suggesting a side-loaded garage because, you know, in other jurisdictions here in town, that's one of the ways that they can visually improve and not have that garage facing the street. Clark County actually will allow additional encroachment. I know you guys aren't Clark County, but we are making efforts to visually improve this in addition to the other visual improvements on the home that we're doing regardless. Giving new finishes, stone, giving it a new appearance, and bringing up the neighborhood. But we are making efforts to kind of make some concessions. I mean, we easily could face the garage. That wouldn't, change the setback requirements, but we're trying to improve the property and improve the neighborhood.
Thank you.
One of the major reasons that I'm looking for a little bit larger garage, which is the 5 feet, eventually I do plan on going solar-powered vehicle, or I'm going to do the electric vehicle, which I'm going solar power on the roof. So it's kind of necessary for the plug-in attachments for the vehicle. But we'll accept what we have. And the address 2707 is the 10-foot, which is literally catty-corner from my house on the other side of the street.
Yeah, and then the other one that I found was the 2724 Colanth, which is it's the same type of neighborhood as 2 streets down.
Thank you. All right, if I could ask you two gentlemen sit in the front row, and this was noted as public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. I believe I heard the reason he wants this variance.
Good evening, sir. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Forgive me.
No problem.
My name is Dante De Leon. I'm a neighbor who lives directly across the street from this proposed project at 2701 Bryan. And my phone number is 702. Let's see.
Oh, that's okay. You don't need to give us your telephone number.
It's a brand new number. I haven't committed it to memory.
No problem.
All right. He wants, if I heard him correctly, he wants this extension, this variance, to park cars. Well, number one, to do this project, he has to kill a tree, which has got probably 25 years left in it. And number one, the charm of McNeil Estates is the trees in it. In the summertime, when it's 114 degrees, you drive into that neighborhood, and unmistakably, that 10-degree difference in temperature is very well appreciated. Now, it's a charming neighborhood. I've been there 16 years, roughly, and if you just need to park a car, there are certainly many places public storage has it, and he can park a car for $65 a month, and it would be covered parking. There's really no reason, at least I haven't heard a reason, for any further consideration of a variance that does damage to the neighborhood. And I'll ask the chair, what impact study have you got that would warrant the granting of this request? And I'm telling you, I'm surprised that some of my neighbors are not here. I stand alone, but I'm one man in the truth. And I'd like to hear if we have a study on this removing of trees and the charm of McNeil Estates. That's my story.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
I love your neighborhood, and I think it's a great neighborhood, and I built the house on the corner of Strong and Mason right around the corner from your house.
Oh, well,
So,
then you know
Blue
about
House.
the I just learned about that. And of course, that has an impact on the neighborhood.
Yes.
People are not going to want to go down that street. You've given exclusive rights to the people in that area, and they're going to come down other streets and try to make up for the lost time.
They're not going to want to go down there because of the house that I built, or what?
No, I'm
Okay,
sure
no, I'm giving
they'd
you a
love
hard
to come
time
and
now.
get your autograph.
Thank you so much.
But there's an impact with just about everything that we do. And I'm glad that you're giving me some consideration to, I don't think we've done a study on it.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you coming out and speaking with us and staying with us
There's
tonight.
something I will say to him. I go to the same church that our president does, President Trump. and so does our councilwoman. She teaches Sunday school and takes care of the kids while the membership goes to church. And she's a lovely woman, and I haven't gone behind the scenes to ask for any special considerations from her. I wanted it fair and square. So
Thank
there you have it.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you,
You
sir.
bet. Bye-bye.
All right. Anyone else want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the applicants to come back up. I'll give you a minute for a rebuttal if you need a minute. If you don't, let me know. We'll turn it over to the Planning Commission.
First, I would say, yes, the neighborhood charm of all the trees is actually part of the reason why I did purchase there. The tree is actually back farther, regardless if the garage is extended by 5 feet, the tree would come down. But in this area here, I fully intend to put a very large tree that will cover the whole driveway. So it will be replaced. That is my intention.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to turn
Chairman.
this over to the Planning Commission, and we'll start with Commissioner Roush.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question of the applicants.
Yes.
Your neighborhood is a jewel, and everybody loves it. And I drove by your property today, and I saw that you put the rendering up in addition to the red and white sign, and I thought that was genius. So thanks for being transparent with your neighbors. I thought that was really good. One question and one concern, and you know the neighborhood as well as anybody, if you've lived there for any length of time, you know that we have a vigilante army when it comes to short-term rentals, and you have a casita you're putting in the back. And I think that you addressed in your comments, this is a two-part item that we're approving today. One is the setback off the street in the front yard, right?
Yes.
And the other is the casita in the rear.
Yes.
And it's stated in staff's report and the comments that you stated that you are not going to rent the casita.
The
Is that
casita
the case?
I'm sorry. The casita is intended for my mother. My father and mother are retired. They are traveling the country in an RV, basically. My mom will never drive that vehicle. Unfortunately, the truth is my dad will pass before her, and my mom will never drive that. So when I grew up right next to a nursing home, and I would never put my parents in one. That would occur if I want to provide a place nice for her when she does lose my father, where she's close to me, but we could still have both privacy, including mealtime. So that's the intention with the casita.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear, and you know your neighbors will turn you in if it's not.
Commissioner Roush, if I may. For the record, for short-term rentals, the use of accessory structures is not permitted, so he could not legally use that casita for a short-term rental.
But if it's owner occupied, they can also have a short-term rental if they want to, correct, I think?
If it's owner occupied, he can rent it long-term, but not as a short-term rental.
We'll just go ahead and
31 days.
We'll just go ahead and make a note on the record for the applicant, so he knows, don't rent it out as a short-term rental. Commissioner Toussaint,
Yes, if there are no other comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
please do.
On VAR 7, item number 44, VAR 71724, motion to approve.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Item number 45, SUP 71723, move to approve with staff recommendations.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, both items 44 and 45 will move forward to the City Council on January 3rd, 2018.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call one more item before we take a brief recess. It's items 48, 49, and 50. Starting with item 48, VAR 71793, applicant owner, school board and trustees for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 28 additional parking spaces where 57 additional parking spaces are required at 701 North 20th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Item 49, VAR 71810 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 37-foot building height where 35 feet is maximum allowed, a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the north and south property lines where 15 feet is required, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. And finally, related item number 50, SDR 71794 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 27,658 square foot addition to an existing 71,143 square foot public or private school, primary, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed elementary school addition to be too intense for the subject site as evidenced by the requested variances for building height, parking, and landscape buffers. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of all requests. Please note additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 1180 Military Tribute Place, Henderson, Nevada, representing the Clark County School District. Again, we have another 18 classroom addition that we're putting on a 6.52 acre site, which is, again, very tiny. We do understand that we are underparked, but again, the addition will not be adding additional students. We were able to at least put some parking up in the corner to add another 28 parking spaces, which will hopefully help alleviate what we have with the existing parking. So that leaves us with approximately 29 spaces short of what is required by code. As far as their height deviation, it's the parapet that is 2 feet above. It's the green portion right there. So it's not the entire building that's going to be above the height limitations. It's only the small green space area. And I think the school, like I said, was built in 1959. It's been there for many, many years. Again, it is over capacity. What else can I tell you? I think that's about it. The reduced landscaping buffer, we don't have anything, again, on the north and the south of the site. It's just such a challenging site because it is so tiny. But again, we would just want to make sure that we are giving the children the equitable classroom space that they deserve.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This was noticed as public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission. Just repeating the comments that I think it's a beautiful looking facade and a beautiful looking school, and you'll see my support. Anyone else? Can I get a
Mr.
motion?
Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Lucian, Public Works. On item 50, I need to make a correction to condition number 9 and replace Red Coach Lane with Harris Avenue, 20th Street, and Wilson Avenue. So if that could be reflected on the motion for item 50.
And Ms. Perry, are you fine with the modified condition?
Yes.
Okay. Could we get a motion? Commissioner Toussaint?
On item number 48, VAR 71793 for approval.
Motion on item number 48 for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Item number 49, VAR 71810 for approval.
Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And number 50, SDR 71794 for approval.
And that's with the modified condition number
Modified
9
condition,
as
yes.
read into work, or
Correct.
read into the record by Public Works.
Correct.
All right, please cast your vote. Commissioners, Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 48, 49, and 50 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. And at this juncture, we'll be taking a brief 45-minute recess. No, I'm joking, 10 minutes. We'll be right back. All right, good evening. We're ready to go ahead and continue this Plan Commission hearing, starting with item 51, VAR 71645, applicant Gregory Taylor, owner Gregory and Susan Taylor, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 40-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for a proposed one-story front porch garage addition at 10201 Four Views Street, Ward 6, Fiore. Staff recommends denial. And can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a porch and garage addition on the front of the existing residence. As proposed, it does not comply with the minimum setback requirements for the front yard. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the request, staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Jason Mayhew, 652 Middlegate, Henderson, Nevada. Hello.
Hi.
I'm here for the applicant and want to just point out that we're asking for a 10-foot reduction in a 50-foot front setback. And the property directly to the north of us, right here, currently is frontage on Four Views also, and only has an 18-foot setback. So we're proposing to reduce ours to 40 instead of 50 for the proposed garage addition and front entry addition. There is a drainage issue that we're trying to solve also. The street's higher than the house because the street was put in after the house was put in. So in this, we're going to be regrading the front yard to help eliminate some of the flooding that they have into their house currently, and that's the reason for putting the garage out there, to try to stop some of that also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This was noticed as public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. After reviewing this and taking a ride out there and looking at it, the request is harmonious and compatible to the existing properties that are out there. He's correct saying that the neighbor across there is at the 18-foot and he's wanting to go from 50 to 40. So I would entertain a motion to approve based on that.
Okay, one question. Jason, are you the person I got stuck in an elevator with for 45 minutes one night at Mandalay Bay?
No, that was my brother.
That was your brother, okay. Glass elevator, seeing the fire department showing up. 20 of us got in the elevator and shook it around, set off the earthquake shock. So was trying to figure out if that was you or not. Sorry. It was. It's not going to affect my independence judgment. Nothing happened in the elevator. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, did I have to read the VAR into the, because I did not. I asked for the motion without reading that in. Am I okay?
You're fine. That will be noted in the record. Thank you. And item 52, SUP 71749, applicant Joshua Duryea, owner Charleston Heights Shopping Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed motor vehicle sales use with a waiver to allow a site area of 1,545 square feet where 25,000 square feet is required at 4,905 Alta Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to establish a used motor vehicle sales facility at an existing shopping center site. As proposed, the facility would occupy an office area of approximately 1,545 square feet and use 17 existing parking spaces for the display of vehicles for sale. A detailed site plan showing which spaces are to be used for vehicle display has been included in your blue sheet information for this item. The minimum required site area for the use is 25,000 square feet. Staff does not support the waiver request and is recommending denial of of this special use permit. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and one in support since publication.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Duryea, address 8321 Canvas Court, Las Vegas, Nevada 89113. And we're simply asking to use the 4905 address as an office space to do our vehicle sales. Looking up and down the Decatur Street, there's several similar offices that are used for exactly the same purpose. And our square footage is actually larger than the strong majority of the people on the street. Several people on the street are operating out of trailers and such things like that, or double wides. Ours would be the only one other than Drive Time on the street operating out of a business facility.
Thank you. All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Starting with Commissioner Roush.
Am I the only one that thinks this is weird? You're selling cars in a shopping center out of a pad building that's a portion of a pad building. So your office space, I'm just trying to understand. I've never seen anything like this before. So you're only selling 17 cars at a time?
Correct, yes. Charlie Cheap Car is doing exactly the same thing on Sahara and Decatur.
Okay, you're selling RVs or you're selling cars in this location?
No, just used vehicles. No recreational.
Used vehicles in this location. But you have this also on West Sahara, you're saying?
There's a competitor on West Sahara.
Oh, a competitor
Sahara
doing
and
this.
Decatur, that's doing exactly the same thing.
Okay. And you would never have more than 17 cars at a time for the parking spaces that you're requesting? That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
So I guess I have to ask our planning staff a question, follow-up question to Commissioner Rouse's comments. And I could read the staff report but for further clarification on, the number of proposed vehicles that they're planning on having at this location, plus the number of spaces that it's going to take for, plus the number of spaces that it's going to be required for employees and customers. What kind of impact is this going to have on the overall shopping center?
On the overall shopping center, Mr. Chairman, through you, the parking provided, just over 1,300 spaces, required 521. Display spaces would be taken out of that pool as spaces that are not counted toward the required parking. So there is a pretty good excess of parking spaces on the site.
Chairman? Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
Commissioner Roush.
Applicant, help me help you, because I really want to say yes to this, but maybe I'm just having trouble wrapping my brain around the model. Not familiar with this type of auto sales, even if it's used car sales. Could you explain to me, are you selling them online? These are just example cars of what they can buy? It's a sample lot. I just want to understand so that we are giving you a fair treatment here, and I can understand a way to see if there's a way to try to approve this if we can.
Yeah, this is a much scaled-down version. By no means are we having hundreds of vehicles in the lot at any time. I've worked at many lots that do sell, 200-300 cars a month. This is more like a family-sized lot with just the two of us owning and operating the business, and only plan on having 10 to 15 vehicles in the lot at a time. And I've seen similar operations work where I'm from in Oregon, so we're just opening something similar to what I'm used to.
You can see our concern here where somebody like you could come before us and say this is going to be their business model, but then they end up filling the entire parking lot with cars. We've got car dealers in town that have to buy remote lots to store their extra cars on, and so I'm trying to really just make sure we understand what your business model is and see if there's a way that we can help you and
see if there's a way we can make sense of this.
Exactly, and Charleston Heights has actually limited us to the exact amount of parking spaces that we're allowed to use, and where the highlighted area for the display are all the parking spots that we are paying for. So being no additional vehicles there, if we ever did choose to expand, there are several empty lots nearby that do have, other dealerships in town do offer to pay for additional, like, overflow parking.
Overflow car storage. When you say Charleston Heights has limited you to the 17 spaces, you mean the shopping center owner, Charleston
Correct.
Heights? Okay, thank you.
But I have a point of clarification, probably
Yes,
for
Commissioner
staff.
Kerr.
I believe that Barry Becker owns this Charleston Heights shopping center,
That's correct.
right? So technically, Beckers are the owners of the shopping center.
Correct.
Do the applicants here have the right to come in and request zoning for a entity that they do not own? Technically, they're leasing. Is it the applicant is it the owner that needs to come in and request the variance and then go out and find, similar to someone finding a tenant? We approve X amount of entitlements for this land, and then they go out and find a tenant. You don't necessarily have 7-Eleven coming in looking to zone the land. You usually have the landowner come in to zone it, and then they get 7-Eleven as a tenant.
Chairman?
Yes.
And Commissioner, our rules state that the applicant, as a tenant, can get the owner's permission to then seek any type of land use, zoning, rezoning, or any type of SUP. So he would have had to have the applicant's permission to sign the application, or the applicant would have had the owner sign the application, giving him permission to ask for the zoning change.
Right, and this, through you, Mr. Chairman, in this particular instance, the Beckers have signed the application. They're on the statement of financial interest, and the application indicated that the owner is given that authority to file this application.
You're right, I missed it. At least I knew it was Barry Becker. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner DeSavio.
Just a question, how do you police it? I mean, how do you police it? I mean, if you get a car in on a trade and somebody buys it, or, vice versa, and you got, before they take possession, the other one said, now you're over 17, I mean, how do you, it's great that he's asking for the 17, but at the end of the day, how do you police it?
I agree, and I hear everyone's comments, and with they have such a large, amount of parking spaces, but still, even if they go from 17 to 25 to 50 or 100, and how do you police it? I mean, it's with, there's two ways, and it's either with code enforcement, which is reactive and not proactive, or let me say 4 ways. So through code enforcement, or when the planning commissioner's going by and saying, hey, we approved this, and they have 30, vehicles with stickers out on their cars, and I don't know how many times people come before us and said they would agree to certain conditions, and I would call up the applicant or the city and report them. Another way is, putting a 1 year or 6 month, or I don't think a 6 month review is appropriate, because people tend to remember for 6 months, but after a year they start having memory loss. So I say, give them at least a 1 year administrative review, and if they're abusing that, then we can bring them back up to this commission and revoke their license.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add, and Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, we also do licensing inspections on a either annual or rotating basis on businesses, and this particular business would also be subject to the DMV. I don't know if the DMV actually has an inspection they do on their motor vehicle sales licenses.
Mary McElhone. Actually, I'm not sure if the DMV actually does inspections or not on the vehicles themselves while they're being sold.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, there is a licensing does go out, business licensing does go out, and they do compliance work on the auto sales dealers.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint.
I also would think that the owner of the property, and I think Mr. Becker, I think if they were overusing the property and overusing the parking lot, that I think he would have a problem with that, and he would also tell them. He's a pretty good businessman. I don't think he's going to be taken advantage of.
We're only paying for so many. He's not.
You're only paying for so many spaces, so if you took more.
Yeah, I just wanted to
think the owner would
clarify,
have a
we
problem with
are,
that.
they're not limiting us to this many spaces. This is all these spaces that we requested.
So you understand the city's signage codes and ordinances? And, you know, you just can't go out and put sign spam up and banners up stating auto sell and on little stakes every other day. And, I mean, that, it just makes the whole neighborhood look trashy when we start doing stuff like that. So it's a nice shopping center, which should be kept that way. And I'm sure Commissioner Quinn will be driving by it quite often. We'll report you to code enforcement if you start abusing any of those things. So with that being said, I'll look for a motion. Commissioner Roush?
I just wanted to say that I think these are sincere young gentlemen. I think they have a business model they want to explore. Maybe times have changed and people are buying more online or Auto Trader or all of that, all of the above. And to Donna's point, which Commissioner Toussaint's point, I apologize, your landlord's a tough customer, and from a property management point of view, they self-manage, and I know this firsthand from my experience, so he's going to be all over you. So I'm going to leave it to him to enforce this on you. I just had a quick question. Is it in your lease that they've crosshatched what your parking is, and you're required to park only in those spaces?
Yes.
Okay, so it has been designated in the lease itself?
Yes, we have designated
Okay.
parking that we pay for.
Well, that being the case, I think I'm inclined to move for a motion to approve. So if that's the case, and seeing no other comments from anyone on the Planning Commission, I'd like to make a motion to approve SUP 71749 for a special use permit. And that's it. I'm not going to put any
Subject to
conditions on it.
one-year review or not?
I'll leave it to you. Do you want to add that to the motion? How do you guys feel about that? How do you feel about it, applicants? Are you willing to comply with a one-year review and do what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, we have no problem with the one-year review.
Okay, that'd be great
And
then.
that would be an administrative review?
Administrative review, so that we can make sure that you're complying with the conditions of your approval. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and
Yes.
Commissioner, just to clarify the condition, it would read as, "And an administrative review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance."
Thank you for that clarification. And the motion is on the floor. Please cast your vote. Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will move forward to City Council on January 3rd, 2018.
Thank you. Item 53, VAR 71766, applicant owner Shalini Bhutani for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 7-foot tall front yard wall fence where a maximum of 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is allowed at 2220 West Oakey Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. And relating to item 54, SUP 71767 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 383-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required. Staff recommends denial. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a wall in the front yard setback area that exceeds both the overall height permitted and the height of the wall permitted to be solid. An alternative wall design meeting the requirements of Title 19 could be used. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request as a self-imposed hardship. In addition to the variance requested, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within this separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Shalini Bhutani, and my address is 2220 West Oakey Boulevard. And I have some paperwork here that I'd like to give all the commissioners so that I can comparable to the properties that already exist.
Thank you.
I am the owner of the property located at 220 West Oakey Boulevard. I'm here to discuss about the two requests I have submitted to the Planning Department. A variance to allow a 7-foot tall front yard wall or a metal fence where a maximum of 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is allowed. A request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 383 feet separation from a similar use where 660 feet are required. After receiving letters and agenda details from the Planning Department, I researched the issues for the past month. My findings are as follows. At least one variance for a special use permit for a short-term residential rental was granted in 2017 that allowed less than 660 feet separation from a similar use. Therefore, denying my request would be arbitrary, and since the same standards are being applied in this case. Other than that, I satisfy all other requirements and guidelines for a short-term residential rental. Secondly, the property adjacent to ours is a subdivision that has a 7-foot wall. My request for a wall, metal fence would conform with the character of the subdivision next to mine and would naturally extend from the metal driveway gate. Additionally, 1910 West Oakey and 1911 West Oakey are facing the same sides as my home, 4 blocks from our residence, and both properties have been granted a solid wall. And even 1301 Rancho Drive also has a solid wall. My husband and I were still in escrow when our property at 2220 West Oakey was burglarized and their air conditioners were stolen. After we took possession and moved in within the week, we were burglarized again and many of our personal items were stolen. We lived in fear while in the home and moved to the SLS Hotel while our broken windows, doors, and valuable items were fixed and replaced. The property was not in a livable state. Since the property has no neighbors on the west side and the north side, it is open to trespassing and theft. Our driveway opens to Oakey Boulevard, a busy street, allowing people to walk through our driveway and jump the walls onto our property. The cross street is Rancho Boulevard. On the east side of us, we have a subdivision. The wall is 7 feet, which runs 3 blocks. On both sides of Rancho Boulevard, there are subdivisions with 7-foot walls. All homes are protected. I have submitted the pictures. On the wall and my metal fence, we believe that the wall or the metal fence will be a safety and our property will be protected. We should not have to live in constant fear when we are inside our home during the day. We feel this is our solution to our safety and protection. It also secures the property for our children and grandchildren. We would appreciate the same decision is granted to our property. I am aware that this is 1.42 feet higher than the zoning ordinance regulation of 5 feet. I am requesting that an exemption be given to us like the homes located at 910 and 911 Oakey Boulevard. I agree to all conditions set forth in the report if approved. Special use permit. The property located at 2308 La Solano, which currently has a short-term rental permit, is 383 feet away from my property, 2220 West Oakey Boulevard, as stated by the Planning Department. But that distance is not a walking or a driving path. It is a line drawn on the map from property line to property line. I researched my area and learned that 2 properties with special use permits for short-term residential rentals located 1704 Ivanhoe Way and 1621 Birch Street are in a similar situation to variance that I am requesting. In 2017, the Planning Department allowed 1621 Burt Street to obtain a special use permit even though it was within 660 feet from 1704 Ivanhoe Way, which is a similar use. Both of these homes have been granted special use permits for short-term
Ma'am, if I can
residential.
interrupt you momentarily.
Sure.
We're not here to talk about every action that we've ever taken in the past. We're here to talk about your particular project.
I understand.
How we vote on any particular item does not set precedence on what we're going to do in the future, because there's different criteria based on what the neighbors think and the sensitivity of the neighborhood and this and that. So
I
if you'd like
understand.
to talk about how your project is appropriate for this neighborhood or not,
okay,
we'll sit here and listen.
Sure.
But I don't want to keep going down this road where we're just hearing about past projects that
Okay.
we voted on. Thank you.
I understand. For the variance, for the either giving me a metal or a solid wall, if you look at the drawings that I have handed over, I'm not a corner lot. So I'm on West Oakey, I'm the second lot. So the lights are a little away, so if anybody was driving by, I would not be a hindrance, the wall would not be a hindrance. Plus, I'm just trying to protect, because when people walk by, instead of going straight, I have seen people walk into my driveway, circle around, and come out. I have seen people throwing clothes right on my 2 feet solid wall. So it's just that when I am inside, I do see all this. It's just a very unsettling feeling that we have. And whatever works with all the commissioners, after looking at the drawings and feel comfortable, I have read all the reports that have come from my neighbors. I definitely have no intentions of putting up an ugly solid wall. I plan to put flowers so that, it kind of looks pretty. I am a part of the Scotch 80s. I'm a corner lot, but I still sit in a very strange way that there is nobody who can ever come to me if I needed help, or I just kind of sit on my own. It's a very strange property to have, and we plan to be here in the next 2 years. I run an elderly care business, and the reason to buy this property was, but my goal was to move here. My husband is retired. He's an elderly man and needs better weather. So it's just that these 2 years we have been struggling. And then since we are not here all the time, I just decided and I thought of that it would be nice to have a short term so that it just gives the feeling that somebody is always in. I do leave the lights on at night, and I do have somebody who cleans the home to come by from time to time to check it. It's a constant fear. I have put up cameras, I do check the cameras, and I do see people walking by. So, and the intention is not for a long time, short term. The goal is to come into this city and live here. We are very excited. Our children live in Northern California. They will come by and visit us a lot. And I do have a very successful business running for the last 13 years in the Bay Area, and I plan to expand it here. So keeping that in mind,
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Ma'am, if I could ask you to sit in the front row.
Sure.
And I'm going to hear from this lady coming forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Vivian Duong. Actually, my case is similar like her. The item number 59. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Did you have a comment
because
in
I
regards to
also
this?
planning to come here, well, the house is for our future retirement home. And somehow we hire somebody to do the maintenance, for the front yard and stuff. But then we heard that some strangers just hanging out there, and then I was notified by the maintenance guy. So we're thinking that maybe we need to put some in short term. But because I don't live here more often, I came here like almost every month, and then I have siblings here also. So
Excuse me 1 second, the city
Yes.
attorney has a comment.
Is this young lady, is she indicating that she's in opposition to this particular item, or is she talking about her
And that's what I was...
59?
Yeah, it's,
sorry about that.
At the beginning, and we kind of got sidetracked.
Sorry about that.
But are you in opposition, or are you in support of this particular
support,
application?
yeah, for the distance
Okay.
of, but because my case, because I do some
Because you're going to have a
fighting.
case that's coming up tonight as well, right?
I'm sorry?
You have a case tonight?
Yes,
Okay. We'll hear that case when it comes up.
Yes.
We can't talk about that case at this point, but if you have any comments on this.
yeah, it's the same common sense with her, you know, it's,
Okay.
yeah. So I just try to listen,
Okay.
you know, to tell you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Oh, yes, starting with Commissioner Toussaint.
How do you pronounce your last name again? I'm sorry.
Bhutani?
Bhutani. May I ask a question, Mr. Bhutani?
Please.
On the, I can see where the brick is, where you want this wall. What is this metal that you're putting on there? What color would it be, and what texture would it be?
It'll be, it's your regular wrought iron, more on the, it's like a gunmetal color. That's what I am thinking, because it'll match more or less to, I've been an interior designer for 17 years. I do carry a license. So that's, I've kept those things in mind. So it'll be a very straight, very modern, simple, if I do a metal, and it'll be in the gunmetal color.
And solid?
It's your choice. If you want to give me a solid wall is fine. If you wish to give me a metal, then I will not do a solid, because that won't look good. It just would not be pleasing. I think then I would do it, you know, just your standard that you see, just that it'll be more closer than the distance.
Would you consider putting wrought iron in there so there was
Yeah,
some
sure, wrought
visual
iron.
rather than what you have here?
Yeah. I think that's how the I had given it to a contractor, and he has, that's an option with the metal. It's what you have all over the place, so it's the same thing. So,
Thank you.
So I actually have less of an issue with the fence, considering it's on Oki and the place where this house is located, and more of an issue with the short-term rental and the distance separation between, you know, this short-term rental and another short-term rental, especially within the Scotch 80s. I know that your neighbors have that tall wall. That is their back wall.
of the subdivision.
By right, they have, I mean, they can put up to an 8-foot tall wall there. So, but as you drive down Oki underneath the 15, you'll see a lot of fences and backyards of the Scotch 80s and things such as that. So I have less of an issue with that and more of an issue with the short-term rental. And we'll go to Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question for staff. On this map that's up right now, this special map, you're showing the subject property, and then you're showing the blue dots of existing business licenses for short-term rentals, correct?
Yes.
In the staff comments, it says that this is within an approved, within the 660 feet of an already approved special use permit. Is that right? Or am I reading this wrong? It's within the 660, or it's not?
It
Through
is.
you, Mr. Chairman, there is one located that on the south side of Oki that is indicated there, about 3 houses in. And then there's another one further to the south that's just outside the radius, but there is one that falls within that
Right.
radius.
So I see the blue houses on this map.
the legend states that those are existing business licenses, but that doesn't say that there's a approved SUP. So is there an approved SUP, and if so, where is it in relation to this house, and is it even on this special map? Because I think the ring represents the notification area, which would be, what, 1,000 feet or 750 in this case? And then 660 feet, wouldn't that be within that ring?
On the special map, that ring indicates the 660-foot buffer.
Oh, it does, okay, that
Yes.
was my question. And then within that ring is the house on La Solana, but your legend shows it only as an existing business license, not as a dual business license and special use permit. So my question is where is the house that's within the 660 feet? Because I was asking a minute ago, don't we have, they're asking for a waiver because they're within 660 feet of another special use permit approved, right?
Correct.
Where is it?
That is the use.
But it's only a business license, correct?
Well, we identify these through business licenses. Some of these older ones just have business licenses. We have that 2-year window that was just recently passed that requires them to
Correct.
come in and get SUPs.
So I'm familiar with that part of it.
And then, well, some other ones do not require SUPs because they are conditional if they meet the specific conditions for that. So the condition and the minimum special use permit requirement for the distance separation requires it 660 foot from the use, not one that's approved by an SUP, not one that is conditional, but just the use. So once we establish that use through the issuance of a business license for that use, then it becomes a use that has to have that distance separation.
And I understand all of that, because we have a lot of people out there that have a existing business license, and then the new ordinance passed, and they haven't all come forth yet, and we've been waiting for them to come forth. And so I guess my question continues to be, have we approved, because we've had so many of these in front of us the last 3 months, have we approved anybody for an SUP that's within 660 feet of this applicant?
Commissioner, the item on Birch Street is going to City Council, I believe, tomorrow, is to be heard by City Council. I don't have an idea about Ivanhoe or if anything has been submitted for La Solana at this point.
So the item going
But-
before Birch tomorrow was approved or denied by this body when it came before us?
They're appealing the denial of the Planning Commission.
They were denied
Correct.
Because of this one over here, because of the other blue one on the right.
because of Ivanhoe?
Because I remember that.
But to your original question, it's quite possible that this body may have approved something in, of an existing business license location that may have had a 660-foot waiver. But to my recollection, the majority of the motions by this body were not in support of any of the waivers.
So at this point, as far as we can tell, we do not have a planning commission approved special use permit within 660 feet of this applicant.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that residence on Solana was approved through a conditional use verification under the old regulations, and we're trying to verify if it's one that will have to come in the next 2 years or not.
I'll say, so just to further clarify, if they had an existing business license and they had a conditional use permit, they don't necessarily have to come back for a special use permit.
Mr. Chairman, that would only be if they meet the current regulations for conditional use, that being their 3 bedrooms, owner occupied, and not within 660 of another similar use. If they meet that criteria, they would still stay as a conditional use and exist and not have to submit a use permit. If they're 4 bedrooms or not owner occupied or fail to meet the distance separation, they would be required to come in for a special use permit within the 2-year amortization timeframe that was given in the most recent ordinance.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Roush, if you'd like to make a motion, please do.
Okay, so we have two items here. The first one is item number 53 regarding the fence. I would like to make a motion for approval for variance 71766 to allow the 7-foot-tall front yard wall and fence where a maximum of 5 feet and a 2-foot solid base is allowed. And I don't have any conditions I want to put on that. That's my motion.
All right, motion for approval is on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. And item 54?
Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that, first of all, before I make the motion, I'm going to say that I think that the applicant has a very unique condition. I think that in this particular situation, we're faced every day that we meet as a governing body with a first-come, first-served decision. And we've talked about this with staff, we've talked about it. I'm not going to go into detail about it. I just want to say that I've talked about it with legal counsel and with staff to say that I have concerns when people are coming before us and the applicants are shotgun one after another, asking for the same thing in the same neighborhood, and it's just luck of the draw of who got their application in 1 hour or 1 minute before the guy that's on the agenda right after them. And it's a very tough decision for us a lot of times. We have to make a decision based on a neighborhood and based on what's good for the neighborhood. That said, I do feel that there is special circumstance with certain houses that are closer to commercial areas. We approved one last month that was at Charleston and Kalen. That was very close to Charleston. I feel that those houses that are closer to heavily traveled arterials have a higher burden that they're having to endure, and not only that, they seem to be a little bit more commercial in nature in their neighborhood and what they abut and what they adjoin. And your point is well taken about the vacant lot and the crime that you probably have to endure, as well as the traffic that you have to endure, hence the approval on the fence. You know, I'm sympathetic to that. So I'm going to say that I would like to make a motion to approve this short-term rental because I think it's a very good location for the short-term rental as opposed to something deeper inside the neighborhood. If this short-term rental is approved and my colleagues agree with me, then that would probably preclude others within the 660 from applying. And as you saw, there's others with business licenses outstanding. But this is the decision we're forced to make every hearing, every meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve item number 54, SUP 71767 for the special use permit for short-term rental.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion doesn't carry. Can we get a motion for denial? Okay, we need a motion from someone. I can't make a motion.
Okay, I'll make it. On SUP, is number 54, excuse me, number 54, SUP 71767, move for denial.
Motion's on the floor for denial. Please cast your vote, noting that a yes, no is for denial.
No chances of reconsidering at all. You can give me a year. Our plan is to move here, and then I can give up my license.
Okay, that motion carries. That item is denied. Our, Director Lowenstein will let you know.
Mr. Chairman, items 53 and 54 will move forward to City Council on January 3rd, 2018.
And that's your opportunity to, you know, talk to City Council.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So item 58, SUP 71727, applicant owner Tina M. Hogg for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 4505 Stanton Bluff Way, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends approval. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912, Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and one in support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tina Haig. My address is 8120 Woodland Prairie, 89129. I am the owner of address 4505 Standing Bluff Way. Me and my girls just moved out of that home. I wanted to do the short-term rental. I found that with my cleaning business, they're better taken care of because I clean other vacation rentals than if you rent it out to a long-term person. So I'd like to look to see if I could get approval for that. I do have other items with cleaning other rentals that I see things that you need to do to keep the partiers out and keep just families in there. So I would like to follow what I've seen other people do to keep it with a family environment.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Toussaint.
I went by this property, and it seems to meet all the requirements for an SUP. There's nothing else in the area, so I would like to make a motion to approve. If there aren't any other statements.
Please do.
Okay. Item number 58, SUP 71727, move for approval with staff recommendations.
All right. Motion for approval on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item 59, SUP 71784, applicant owner Vincent Fusha, and you're going to have to pronounce your name when you come up here for me, and Vivian Lon Dong, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 370-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 1521 Haven Circle, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends now. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and one in support since publication.
Thank you. Could I get your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Vivian Duong, and the address 1520 Windhaven Circle.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I applied for the short-term rental. I am aware that we have the rule that's said that within 660 feet, then that's not allowed some other rental in the area. But then I also do some finding that there's a house across the, just like adjacent to my house is about 0.1, that means 528 feet away from my house. That's a short-term rental. So I just, hope that the commissioner reconsider the situation, and then also we have problem with the, because we don't live here more often. We bought this house as our retirement home, and we plan to move here for a few more years. And then because we have siblings here, and then every year we come in very often. So if we are afraid that also if we leave the house vacant, even though like 1 month or 2 months, that the stranger will get into the house, and because I heard recently there's a lot of crime going on, so I just like worried, and that's why I'm thinking that to put the house in short-term rental, which is I never thought that I have to do it before, but then now I have to consider. I hope that Commissioner can reconsider for that reason.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. Ma'am, if I could ask you to sit in the front row. Looks like we have a few people that want to come up and speak, and then I'll invite you back up here in a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And we do have 3 microphones, so feel free to line up. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Keith Thomas. I live at 1561 Windhaven Circle, which is directly across the street, just a little bit kitty-cornered from the applicant. I'm here tonight not only just representing myself, but also as the ad hoc representative for all of the other Windhaven residents and for other friends of the Windhaven neighborhood. We have talked to all the neighbors. They're all opposed to it. They've all indicated their support and denial of this particular request. They all, with the exception of 2 who were not in town when we submitted the petitions for signature, but they have indicated they'll sign them as soon as they're presented to them. But tonight I have petitions here, which I also faxed to the Planning Commission earlier this week, with 34 signatures, all opposed. All of those people have either live in the Windhaven Circle or they have been in the Windhaven Circle as our guests or guests of others within our neighborhood. Now, as you look at the map, first of all, I need to say that there is no compelling reason, first of all, to issue a special use permit, even less of a compelling reason to issue a waiver, inasmuch as already one special use permit exists right here, and there's even actually another one just barely outside the ring right here. Now this one, we have friends that live in front of it, we have friends who live behind it, all of whom I know the people that right behind it signed the petition. I'm not sure if the people in front even know about the petition yet, but the people behind have signed the petition and have expressed their displeasure with the types of renters that they've had. The next point I'd like to make is we do have CC&Rs in our cul-de-sac. The CC&Rs were recorded in 1989, and they specifically say that, quote, said lots shall be used for private, one-family, residential purposes exclusively. The zoning laws and ordinances are, they're enacted specifically for specific purposes, and the purchasers of property within these areas are entitled to rely upon those zoning laws and ordinances. This property is located in the heart of Section 3, which is all RE zoned residential properties, residential estates. It's not an area appropriate for short-term rentals. And the purchasers of this property were no doubt fully aware of this current zoning. Short-term residential use is just a euphemism for party houses, and we've seen, and it has no business in a 9-lot cul-de-sac in an RE area. It appears to us that the purchase of this property were who live in California and don't yet have a vested interest in this area probably targeted our cul-de-sac because we don't have an organized homeowners association. Nonetheless, we do have CC&Rs that prevent that. There's no economic necessity for this type of a waiver or land use. We have over 150,000 units for short-term rentals here in our valley. The distance separation was enacted specifically to prevent the proliferation of short-term residential uses. And as you can see, the proliferation is occurring. Well, allowing that particular use or this proposed waiver is going to, it's really going to destroy the neighborhood that we have. We know every one of our neighbors. We know who they are. They've been in our homes. We have children. We have grandchildren that live in our home. We've been able to, in the past, able to let our children and grandchildren go out and play in the cul-de-sac because we know everybody. Allowing this short-term rental use is going to destroy our ability to feel comfortable allowing our kids and grandkids outside to play anymore. It's also of concern to me that these short-term residential uses are being used for reasons other than just a nice weekend for people from out of town. But they're used, I think, in some cases, and that's been evidenced by the comments of our neighbors up here, that the party people are engaging in the kinds of activities that are prohibited in in public places and in some of our hotels because of the prohibitions against consumption of cannabis in public places. And they're looking for a location to engage in those kinds of activities. And I've been a banker for 40 years, and I know the degradation of value that can come with the conversion of properties to rental usage. And that value is not limited just to the specific property itself, but to the surrounding properties as well. And with our little 9-lot cul-de-sac, that effect gets exacerbated as well. What do you think prospective buyers are going to say when they say, oh, well, look, there's a party house right there on the corner? We have traffic and parking concerns as well. Right down here on Oki, there's another property with a special use permit for a long-term care facility where there's at least 7 or 8 cars parked out on the street every day. So we see the comings and goings of other special use short-term residential houses. We see the traffic and parking problems that come along with that. Typically, they're rented by multiple parties who come in multiple vehicles. Again, as I mentioned, we are still gathering signatures in opposition of this particular request. The proposed use is incompatible with existing ordinances, and we request that you follow staff denial and vote for a denial.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening.
Good evening. Kevin Christensen from Christensen, James, and Martin. We have an office at 7440 West Sahara, which is within this Section 3 area. We also represent a homeowners association by the name of Home Court Land Association, a small association of 7 members. And we also submitted earlier this evening anticipating that would be opposing 2 applications. Remember, application 55 was brilliantly taken off from a procedural standpoint to avoid this, but we submitted 89 signatures in opposition to these kinds of applications in Section 3. The other one that we were going to oppose is across Oki and a little bit south and west. And so we were going to oppose that one as well. We also received 15 additional supplemental signatures this evening. And so we would like to throw in our opposition, mostly because of the recent conduct in the area that we've witnessed personally. In the application that was pulled from the agenda, item 55, there were police reports of racing. I have pictures of
Sir, if we can talk about this particular application, why it's appropriate in this.
It's appropriate because this is what we talked about earlier, and this is deep within the neighborhood,
59.
the residential estate neighborhood. And so the proliferation of these kinds of homes has become rampant in our area just in the last couple of months, particularly on holidays. And if given the opportunity, we will provide the police reports to back up those kinds of inappropriate and inconsistent activities, and ask for your denial of this application.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening, sir.
My name is Kyle Stevens. I asked for denial of this proposed party house. This is deep within our neighborhood. I live within walking distance of this proposed place. My concern specifically is safety of young people, children, related to traffic. I don't think the parking spaces certainly are available, and this, again, is a proliferation in our particular neighborhood of party houses. We stand in opposition to this.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up. If you would like to come up, I can give you a minute to talk if you'd like. If not, we're going to discuss and make a motion. Okay. So I'll turn this over to the commission, starting with Commissioner Toussaint.
I'm ready to make a motion if it's okay.
Yes, I'd just like to make one clarification that we do have 39 letters in our backup, we have 39 protest cards and only 1 letter of support. And I hate always using the term party houses. They're short-term rentals. but I know that they can turn in party houses, so I'm not going to vote on something because it's a party house or not.
Correct.
I'm voting on a short-term rental, but I'm going to let you make your motion.
My motion would be on item number 59, SUP 71784, to go with staff's recommendations for denial.
There's a motion on the floor for denial, and just to remind everybody, a yes vote would mean, would be for denial. Please cast your votes. And that item is denied. Commissioner, or Director Lowenstein?
Mr. Chairman, item 59 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 60, ROC 71729, applicant owner Elkhorn Hualapai LLC for possible action on a request for a review of condition of an improved special use permit SUP 44852 to modify condition number 10, which states the sale of single beers, malt beverages, or wine coolers of any size with alcohol by volume greater than 6% shall be prohibited. The sale of wines with an alcohol by volume of greater than 16% shall be prohibited at 7161 North Hualapai Way, Suite 150, Ward 6, Fiore. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a review of condition of approval number 10 regarding the sales of single beers with an alcohol volume greater than 6% to allow the sale of single craft beers with a greater alcohol volume. Staff supports the condition as originally imposed and is recommending denial of the request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and one in support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Matthew Seibert of Moran, Brandon, David Moran, 630 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Elkhorn Hualapai. As you just heard, the applicant is requesting, obviously, a review of conditions. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to amend condition number 2 to allow for the sale of beers with an alcohol content by volume of greater than 6%. The reason why the applicant brought forward this review of conditions application is that his location, his C-store right there on Desert Edge, he's had multiple customers come in and ask if he carries these craft beers, which are becoming more and more popular as the years progress, apparently. I wasn't very familiar with craft beers personally, so I did a little bit of research, and I found that craft beer's economic contribution to the U.S. economy has grown by 20% in the last 2 years. As a matter of fact, according to the Brewers Association, American breweries have added...
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, through you, I'm having trouble hearing the applicant. Can you please move the
I
microphone
apologize,
closer? Thank you.
Commissioner.
You can pull that mic down just a little bit. And
I've never been accused of being soft-spoken, so...
Thank you.
My apologies. Anyhow, to continue, American breweries have added $67.8 billion to the economy in 2016. That's a 21.7% increase since 2014. That's from Forbes. Furthermore, a research group, Mintel, found that the amount of beers released with more than 6.5% alcohol by volume increased by 319% from 2011 to 2014 in America, with 46% of those new beer releases falling into the craft beer category. The applicant, as we heard, he's allowed to sell single beers, and he's allowed to sell wine with an alcohol by volume content of up to 16%. The craft beer market is interesting because it's very popular, but the alcohol content in the craft beers varies. Some of them are below 6%. However, American IPAs, which are becoming very, very popular, have an average alcohol content by volume of somewhere between 6% and 7.5% alcohol by volume. Furthermore, there seems to be a trend where brewers right now are pushing for this kind of change as well, because the higher alcohol content by volume allows these beers to stay on the shelves for a longer period of time, which helps offset some of the production costs because of the smaller quantities in which craft beers are produced and sold. This coupled with the fact that many beer drinkers are turning away from name brand beers such as Coors and Budweiser and seeking more of these smaller labeled alternatives, if you will, has also made these big name beer companies race out and purchase these microbreweries and further distribute them into other markets. Because of this growth for the craft beer market and the will of the people in the area, the surrounding area, that requested for these types of beverages to be sold at this location, the applicant is asking to amend the condition only in terms of the beer, from allowing him to sell beer with alcohol by volume content of 6% to an alcohol content of greater than 6%. None of the other conditions we're requesting to amend or have reviewed. With that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys would have, or any of the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Roush.
Well, I'm always going to have a couple questions about beer.
Okay, let's hear them.
In full disclosure to the applicant, I do own Tenaya Creek Brewery, although that's not going to affect this decision whatsoever. I wish you'd put some of our beer in the convenience store. I'm kidding.
No, understood, Commissioner.
Don't say if you're going to do it or not.
Anyway, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You're asking for a waiver of the prior condition, right?
I'm asking for an amendment to the condition.
So I guess I was not clear in what the way that it's worded by staff, or in what I read from staff's report. So I thought you were asking for the removal of the condition. So are you asking for a modification of the condition, just so I can understand?
We're just asking to modify the condition, because as the condition is in place now, my client, the applicant, can sell beer, malt liquor, wine coolers with an alcohol by volume content up to 6%, and then he can sell wine with an alcohol by volume content of up to 16%. And he's allowed to sell singles and these different configurations. The only thing that he's asking to amend is the condition prohibiting the sale of beers with greater than 6% alcohol by volume. And this is due to the fact that these craft beers, which I'm sure you're more familiar with them than I am, they have varying alcohol contents, but they're very, very popular.
So
and he's being asked why he's not carrying them.
So you're right. They are popular. It's been a huge growth market, but the majority of the package market is less than 6%, or right up to 6%, probably because a lot of jurisdictions have that same type of restriction. You have to get into very specialty heavy Belgians, or there's all kinds. I don't want to go into too many details, but suffice it to say there is a huge market of 6% and under craft beer. I'm just going to go on the record to tell you that. So there's a number of things that he can sell at the property that satisfy the requirement to meet the market's demand for craft beer. And tap rooms usually carry the specialties that go beyond 6%. If you're going to get into a barley wine that's 12% or 11%, or I think our planning director likes Belgians, they tend to run pretty high also, but you don't usually find those in convenience stores. Convenience stores are usually for a session beer, a lower alcohol beer, a saison, something like that. So I don't want to get technical, but I do want to say I visited your site today. I visited the applicant's location up in Ward 6, and I went inside the store, and the majority of the stuff that they're stocking is craft beer. They're already selling it, and the majority of the product was less than 6%, but there were several over 6% that he was also selling. There was a Sierra Nevada Celebration Ale. There was a Stone Arrogant Bastard, excuse the expression, that's their actual name. And there was a New Belgian Citradelic, which is above 7%. So there were several that he's already selling that is not in compliance with the request. Secondly, I'm sorry to inform you that he's also selling singles, which under item 60 to be modified, it says one of the conditions is that the sale of single beers, malt beverages, or wine coolers of any size with alcohol by volume of 6% shall be prohibited. And so he is selling singles already.
Commissioner, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I read the condition to allow for the sale of single beers, just not with an alcohol by volume content greater
And
than
I
6%.
apologize if I'm wrong. I read it to mean that he's not allowed to sell singles. So staff, maybe you can give us some clarification on that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. And looking at it, it says the sales of single beers, malt beverages, or wine coolers of any size with alcohol by volume greater than 6% shall be prohibited. So it could be interpreted that anything of 6% or greater is what is prohibited. I believe the original intent on a lot of these conditions has been that single sales in themselves has been prohibited. But some of the renditions of this condition, and there have been many over the course of time, have changed to the focus of the alcohol by volume as being the center of the condition. This applicant is requesting to amend it to drop off the sale of single beers, remaining the malt beverages or wine coolers or anything with 6% over. So that would allow them single sales of beers ranging in whatever the alcohol, the ABV is.
And I can see the confusion and how it could be interpreted either way. So not to be, you know.
Oh, no, and I apologize, because I just want to be clear for my
And I'm not trying
client
to
as
be
well, 'cause
antagonistic
believe me,
at all.
we're gonna have a
I'm all in
conversation
favor
tomorrow
of-
with
yeah.
the information you provided to me, so thank you.
I'm all in favor of selling more beer. So that said, I'm going to defer probably to the commissioner for Ward 6. I just wanted to go on record to say that it never strikes me as impressive when I'm looking at something that's going to be a waiver of a condition, and I go inside the store and the condition's already being enacted. So I just wanted you to know that from my way of reading it and from my inspection of the site, it makes it look very much like the applicant is thumbing his nose at us, that he's already doing it anyway, and it's kind of like begging for forgiveness instead of asking for permission. So please at least caution him on that. I see where we can interpret the language either way, and I appreciate staff's interpretation on that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to either the chairman or Commissioner DeSalvio.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
We reached out to the community and the people around there, and we didn't have any pushback, to be honest with you. Viewed the store the same way. The location, I think, is fine. The demand is there. You know, with that said, I would entertain a motion for approval.
Is that your motion? Subject to staff's conditions?
Subject to staff conditions, please.
Thank you. Motion for approval on item 60, ROC 71729 for approval. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, item 60 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item 61, SDR 71643, applicant owner LV Buildings LLC for possible action on a request for a major amendment to improve plot plan review Z003585 for a waiver of Title 19.08 landscaping irrigation requirements at 800 South Valley View Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to replace the required landscape materials with artificial plant materials. Title 19 does not provide for the use of artificial trees and shrubs to meet the minimum landscape planting requirements. Artificial plants do not provide the same benefits that real plants do, including the exchange of carbon dioxide for oxygen, reduction in the effect of storm runoff, and providing a cooling effect on the surrounding environment. Additionally, the proposed artificial plant types are not listed in the Southern Nevada Regional Coalition plant list as required. Staff is recommending denial of the request.
Thank you. Good evening. Can we get your name and address for the record?
Marty Mizrahi, 800 South Valley View.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any comments on this application?
Yeah, I'm the owner of the building, and we're trying to plant trees that don't need water to save on the environment. We fixed up the building in some of the area. It was more of a kind of a bad area to begin with. We're trying to make, you can see I think we've planted some fake trees already. We didn't understand the rule or know we just saw some dead trees, so we replaced them with some fake trees. So we didn't understand until we got a violation. And once we got the violation, we tried to comply, and now we're here not understanding this. So here's kind of one of the fake trees here. they look similar to the non-fake trees. And some of the non-fake trees, the roots grow and break some of the sidewalks and over time. So that's what we're asking for.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number one, although this is in Ward 1, I'm not sure how long you've lived in Las Vegas, and I was born and raised in Vegas and lived here, you know, for the most part, my entire life, and went to Hyde Park right there, and spent a lot of time up and down Oakey, up and down Valley View, and I somewhat take offense to you to say that that's a bad area.
I'm sorry, I meant to say redevelopment area.
Well, okay. Well, it's far from a bad area. And if anything, we need people who are going to come in to enhance the area and not deteriorate it. And I think that putting in plastic plants is an insult to the community. I don't speak for Councilwoman Tarkanian, nor do I speak for Commissioner Quinn, but I think you're doing the community service by trying to downgrade the environmental aesthetics of our community by putting in plastic or fake plants. You know, those ordinances are there for a reason, and they're there. If anything, you should be trying to enhance the area and to try to put in more plants to create a better environment, and a better environment that's going to be more conducive to residents coming in. And if you think the area is bad, I'm not sure why you would want to, you know, make it even worse, I think, by putting in plastic plants. I personally think take offense to it, to the comment. I will not be supporting it. And I think you need to do a better job of getting your property more in line to what the aesthetics of Ward 1 is. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush?
In the photos, it shows, and I'm addressing this to you, the applicants. It shows a photo of two really beautiful Joshua trees. Are you planning to pull those out? Right on the corner where the crosswalk sign is. Does staff have that picture? I've got it up in my packet here, but...
The palm trees, or?
Well, they're called Joshua trees, and I think they're even a protected species.
Are these the ones you're talking about?
No.
Right here,
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, these.
So you're pulling those out?
No, we're not.
Okay. And I just want to point out, and similar to what Commissioner Creer has just said, you're right across the street from the Water District and the Desert Demonstration Garden and the Springs Preserve, and there's lots of great ideas over there of how to do drought-tolerant landscaping that will not raise or harm your walls or sidewalks, that take very little water. You could probably use your existing irrigation, and you could be the example of something beautiful up and down that street, which I know the councilwoman would love to see. So just take that under advisement.
Commissioner Toussaint?
Well, the problem with plastic plants is they start turning a funny color blue. They're just not meant to be in this desert sun, so I just think plastic plants are awful. I mean, just my personal opinion.
Thank you. If there's Commissioner DeSavio?
I just got a question. Is the wrought iron plants you see up and down in Summerlin and all that, is that adequately approved for an application like this? It's just a question for clarification, because it seems to be everywhere, all up and down Charleston and Main Street. If I just seen on the way in tonight too, same thing.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Those are actually in the public right-of-way. The prescribed streetscape treatments for on-site for landscaping is covered by the zoning ordinance, which has prescribed actual plant materials and refers to the Southern Nevada Regional plant list, where certain areas, such as Town Center up in Ward 6, there's prescribed streetscape trees, and therefore it would not be appropriate in those particular areas. But where one is not described in a set design guideline. Public Works has the discretion on the materials that go in the right-of-way.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, through you.
Yes. Commissioner
Agenda
Cruz.
item 61, SDR 71643. I will make a motion to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor for denial. Reminding everybody, yes vote is for denial. And that motion carries. That motion is denied.
Mr. Chairman, item 61 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Moving on to item 62, SDR 71728, applicant IKE Gaiman Inc., owner IKE DTLV Real Estate Number 1 LLC for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed permanent parking lot with a waiver of required interior parking lot landscaping at 211 North 7th Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a waiver of the Downtown Centennial Plan development standards to allow no interior parking lot landscaping where surface parking lots must provide a minimum of 1 shade tree for every 6 uncovered spaces in landscape islands and/or on the perimeter of the lot. In addition, a minimum of 10 square feet of landscape surface area must be provided for each parking space. Since the proposed project provides no landscaping, staff is recommending denial of this request. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Roy Clark, 1555 South Rainbow. Excuse me, representing the client. My client has the desire to improve this lot to make it for a parking lot. Currently, it's used as a parking lot, albeit totally uncontrolled. We intend to put a wrought iron fence along the alley to meet downtown or to meet county or city standards, as well as the wrought iron fence along 7th Street and the 2 driveways. I'm sorry, an in driveway and an out that will meet downtown Centennial standards. We just feel the size, we're trying to optimize as many parking stalls as we can in this very small area, and to add the trees would reduce this number of stalls that are usable, and we would respectfully request that, sorry about that. There we go. We would respectfully request that our waiver be granted to not require the on-site landscaping. Be happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. Good evening.
Good morning, made it to the end, almost, we'll see, one more to go. David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, also 550 East Charleston, that's my business address. I am coming forward in support of the applicant. The El Cortez is an outstanding stakeholder in the downtown area that has enhanced the entire area for those residents like myself and my neighborhood who are around there. They're very versatile with their property and the properties that are nearby. They're used for many events that support the neighborhood, and therefore I trust that this good neighbor will do right with their variance that they're requesting, or with the requirements that they're requesting to go forward. So we would benefit from it. So my support should be noted. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. And I'll just go ahead and make a couple of comments. I just want to put it on the record. I know Joe Woody and Mike Nolan. I served on the DDRC with Mike Nolan for a couple of years, and that won't affect my independence of judgment. This is a lot that's commonly used for Life is Beautiful, and you know, and it's one of the major pathways from one concert area to the other concert area. And I don't know, I'm just wondering if you're going to make that Centennial fence in an area where it's removable, so, you know, events still can go through that parking lot.
Yes, sir. During those events, that rear fence can be removed and then, of course, replaced. We don't intend to remove the one along 7th. That'll be a permanent one.
Good evening, Mr. Nolan.
I'm Mike Nolan. Is that a? Mike Nolan, 600 East Fremont, a partner of the business, and I can answer any questions. But yes, we worked with Downtown Project on the removable. Actually, the wrought iron on the alley side was going to be chain link. Staff recommended wrought iron. We agreed with the recommendation. On the front, it's the Centennial fence. It's the 4-foot green decorative curls that, again, staff recommended, and we agreed to. What we've done, this was a foundation of some buildings, and so we want to take that concrete out. Just this Friday, I saw that there's between 50 plus cars in the lot. By doing it properly with the turnaround and being safe, our lot will only hold 31 cars. It'll be city maintained, and it's about safety. We do have 2 large light poles going in, 4 lamps on each light pole. We also have 4 cameras that are currently shining on the lot from our garage across the street. But I can answer any questions that the commissioners have.
Thank you. Commissioner Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I don't have a problem with this. Actually, I think it'll enhance the area and make it, you know, more conducive to and more aesthetically pleasing than it is now with just a dirt lot. I think it's good, and I'll be in full support.
Looking for a motion.
Thank you. Agenda item 62, SDR 71728. I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. And Commissioner Roush, would you like to cast a vote on this one? No problem. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, as this waiver of the Centennial standards is required to go to City Council, and therefore it cannot be final action, and it has to go forward to City Council on January 3rd, 2018.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to item 63, SDR 71783, applicant owner 3250 Spring Mountain Trust, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the relocation of an existing sexually oriented business into an improved single-story 8,660 square foot building at the northeast corner of Park Paseo and Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, ordinance number 6593 allows adult emporiums to expand, but they must remain on the same parcel, thereby limiting encroachment of the use into the adjacent neighborhoods. Staff is recommending approval of this request as the existing sexually oriented business, Adult Emporium, would be permitted to relocate from the existing building to a new building on the same site. This would allow the current building to be demolished and ultimately improve the aesthetics of the area. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hey, Commissioners. Bradley Mayer of Argentum Partners, 6077 South Fort Apache Road, Suite 130. Just a quick recap of this project. We have a couple new planning commissioners, and so if you recall, if I draw your attention to the overhead, this is the site plan for this project that has already been approved through the SDR process by both the Planning Commission and City Council earlier this year. And as the staff report mentioned, the City Council passed the ordinance in late August allowing for the relocation of these businesses or expansion in the downtown Centennial Plan. And so this item today is very straightforward. And again, showing that site plan, again, this is what the building itself that we are proposing to build looks like, again, which has already been approved. But in the ordinance called for approving the move of these adult emporiums through the SDR process, which is why we're back again. There have been no changes to the site plan as previously approved, except to demonstrate additional landscaping that was not called out properly on the previous version. And then as part of this project, of course, we're just asking to be able to relocate the adult emporium from its existing building, which, if you recall, was built in 1948, is kind of crumbling and dilapidated, and the site is underdeveloped and underutilized and kind of darkly lit and whatnot. And so here we have the depiction of the floor plan for the new building that has already been previously approved, showing the adult bookstore here with the layout and the additional tenant spaces that will include in the new building. And so as staff is recommending approval, we ask you to follow staff's recommendations. And I thank you for your time and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
And I'm Clyde DeWitt, 410 South Rampart, Suite 420. I'm the attorney for the applicant, and I don't have anything to add to this yet, but in a minute I might have something to say.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Good evening.
Good evening. David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street. Also the president of the John S. Park neighborhood, which by definition, the John S. Park neighborhood includes the subject property. John S. Park is a mix of mostly residential, but also the commercial that is along Las Vegas Boulevard and Charleston, including my office building, which is also in the John S. Park footprint. For those new commissioners who are here, they know that the John S. Park neighborhood was against the ordinance change which reclassified a non-conforming sexual business into something that is allowed to expand under a newly entitled adult emporium, which was specifically created, but also had the exclusion by its non-reference to adult motion picture, semi-private and private booths. Those were excluded from adult emporium. There was a move recently to amend the ordinance further to allow the adult motion picture booths, which are both private and semi-private, and that failed at City Council, so that is not included therein. The entire neighborhood has and consistently for the last 20 years opposed any expansion of this particular property, which is why it was a surprise when in review of staff's approval, there was the checkoff box and the reference that this was compatible with the John S. Park neighborhood plan. The John S. Park neighborhood plan was approved by City Council. It is part of the record. I've made it part of the record on this application before, and certainly it is a city document. I would refer specifically to pages 36 through 38, which name this property by name, the Park Paseo adult business, which is non-conforming for residents. This is the only adult business of all the adult businesses that are contained within the subject areas. I think there were 6 that were impacted. That is a budding, at least, of a residential neighborhood. So it does make this particular property on Park Paseo unique. The neighborhood plan devoted 3 full paragraphs on page 38 of its 124-page document to its continued opposition to any expansion of this sexually oriented business. Specifically, it talked about its prior efforts to expand it by law changes. It talked about its prior efforts to expand square footage and the adamant opposition of the neighborhood and the neighborhood plan to that. So it is quite unsettling that it resulted in a compliant with the John S. Park neighborhood, and we'd ask if anything ever comes up with this particular property in the future, that be looked at or corrected. We don't know the process to doing that. I think it's a little amorphous, but certainly whatever general components that the neighborhood is appreciative of, newer, cleaner commercial businesses would be overridden by the very specific discussion of how this adult bookstore on Park Paseo and Las Vegas Boulevard is non-conforming and that it should not expand because it does diminish the quality of life around. That said, we understand that we lost a battle for the adult emporium designation. We also understand that there is a desire amongst our city council representative to clean up that building, and that the developer and owner of that building has indicated in no uncertain terms that unless that ordinance was passed, they would not do improvements on the building. Fine. But we want to make sure that whatever expansion does occur, and again, the neighborhood is against expansion of the existing adult bookstore, that it does not include those booths. Those booths have been identified as being singularly the most problematic aspect of the business. The booths are misused often for nefarious activity, and even if the applicant is compliant with making sure that those people are sent out of that business to stop doing that, the one place that they go is into our neighborhood, which is the problem of having a non-conforming type of adult business in a residential neighborhood. So generally speaking, the neighborhood is still opposed to the expansion, but we understand the law change. But very specifically, it is against the John S. Park Neighborhood Plan. We'd like that to be amended so that reflects properly, and that any discussion of the site review or any further plan does in fact include an exclusion of any booths to be in that building, because if they're going to demolish, they just can't go back to the booths. That's basically our position as a neighborhood. We've tried to work with them. We feel that the booth is a compromise. While we generally oppose it, we'll submit it on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Figler. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Do you need any time to?
Yeah, and just to clarify a couple things, we've been working, this has been a long process, and so we've been working closely with the neighborhood and Mr. Figler over this period of time. We've had kind of countless neighborhood meetings and sort of come to this point where, as he referenced, the booths are not part of this application. It was not part of that ordinance, and so I've heard the neighbors a lot. Their focus was those booths. They generally said they didn't have much of a problem with the retail, because really that's what this is. And so moving forward, this is the retail component. And of course, as he mentioned, the big benefit to this is that I think this business has been there since the mid-'80s. And it has survived 25 years past the original ordinance change in 1992 that sort of locked these in place. And so the policy change was really designed to be able to clean up these particular properties, that they were just, all they were done by that previous policy was locking into kind of dilapidated structures. And so we kind of feel like we've had a kind of a good compromise with the neighborhood on this, and have got to a point where we're going to improve this property. And as we've mentioned before, the business has been there, and one way or another is kind of going to be there, so it might as well be in a nice new shiny building with additional retail spaces and a potential pad component down the road that was not part of this SDR application, but could be something in the future that comes forth. So those are my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Okay.
I would just like to chime in a little bit about the law, and it's about 4 sentences worth. A zoning entity, municipality, has to designate places where sexually oriented media can be distributed. There have to be a reasonable number of places to accommodate the market. But once those places are designated, the city does not have the authority to have discretion to say, no, you can't have an adult business there. Basically, the law has to be, and it is, that these are the places in the city of Las Vegas where you can distribute sexually oriented materials. And this recent ordinance is one of those list of places. Okay, I think you've got an overlay zone or something. But incompatibility with the neighborhood is discretion. There are dozens of cases that have struck down ordinances that say, well, you can put an adult business here, here, and here. as long as it's compatible with the neighborhood. And the courts of 100% of them said compatible with the neighborhood is discretionary. And FWPBS versus the City of Dallas, which I'm sure Mr. Scott is really familiar with, says you can't have that. So I implore the committee here to not exercise discretion, but follow what the law says, and the law says it's okay to do that.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and start, and I'll say that we do have the discretion to, make up our mind on what's compatible and what's not compatible, but I'm not going to sit here and debate law tonight. So I do understand the neighbors' concerns and how they, a lot of them were in opposition to this text amendment originally, and I think this body was in opposition to this text amendment, and it was before a lot of the commissioners were on this body. However, the text amendment did go forward, and it was approved, and so now, I'll follow the new ordinances that we have in place, and I understand not wanting to expand that building. I'm with you. I don't like to see a lot of these places expand. However, I also would like to see a new building, and I would like to see this old building torn down. So my question would be, if approved, how long would it take you to tear down the old building?
So, and Al Jeske, the contractor, is here in the audience. So Al, I don't know if you want to come up, but the general plan as we proposed it was that a portion of the existing building was going to be knocked down, and those demo permits and asbestos abatements already been completed on that. And while the new building is being constructed, and then when the store relocates into the new building, the entire rest of the structure will be demolished. And I believe, you can speak more to the timeline now about some of that. But.
Yeah, Alan Jeske with AJB General Contractors, 102 Mayflower, North Las Vegas. Right now we're in the Mylar portion of the civil plans. We're getting signatures signed off here within the next couple of weeks. So once the signatures are on the Mylars and all the off-site right-of-way is approved, the rest should follow right in line, because we submitted these plans, the building plans, probably a year and a half ago. So we were just kind of waiting on this meeting to finalize it. Like we said, we already went ahead and abated the portion of the building that's going to come down first, which is to the north of the existing bookstore. That can come down. We already have the demo permit in hand. We did extend that permit, so I would say within the next 45 days, permit, as far as the permits go, we should be.
Within 45 days, a civil permit or a building permit?
We're hoping for it, because they won't allow the building permit until the civil permit. Everything should go right in order. As soon as we get that civil permit issued, everything else should be released, maybe a couple minor comments on those, on the building itself and on the on-site. So okay. We've been waiting a long time for this too. It's been about 30 months. So I know the owner, she's very excited to have this building come down and get this process over with and get the, the fun part to begin.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree that that building, it's fairly old, and I mean, it's definitely not doing any good for that neighborhood.
It's so old, they have, a side note, they have 1x6s for their roof sheeting. That's how old it is.
Yes,
so,
I've seen that before.
You don't see that too much anymore.
Right.
I think it was built in 1948. It might be one of the first structures that was erected in Las Vegas,
yeah,
huh?
It's old.
So, Mr. Mayor, you're saying you're getting rid of the video arcades, the video booths, and you're not going to have those in your building?
Correct. Per the current city code, those cannot move to the new building.
Now or anytime in the future?
Well, right. In order for that to happen, it would take another ordinance change that would come before this body and the city council, and we have no intention of pursuing anything of that nature. I mean, that was kind of already worked out, so.
And I have no intention of ever approving a text amendment.
I understand. I understand that.
Okay. I'm looking forward to hearing from Commissioner Roush.
You're looking forward to it?
No, I'm not looking forward to hearing that kind of a text amendment.
True answer.
Unless if it has 24
I'm nervous. She's commented on everything, so I'm nervous. What's coming?
Actually, I've been very good tonight. And I do apologize. You reached out to me, Bradley, and I'm so sorry I didn't have a
Understood.
chance to call you back today. And because of the text amendment, you know, it is somewhat of a foregone conclusion, but I did have a question for you. I noticed in the floor plan and site plan that it shows a tenant lease space, or
Yes.
tenant space. You're going to be leasing some space to third parties, or
Correct.
is this
So
internal?
there's, the building itself is about a little under 9,000 feet, so that leaves quite a bit of space for the new potential tenants. The current building is vacant except for the bookstore. There have been tenants in there over the years, but as you, being somebody that has been in real estate, understand, you know, it's really unleasable because the parking is in the rear of the current building now. It's really dilapidated, small spaces, like we've said before, really old building. And so we're excited because clearly there's not a lot of opportunities for new retail along the boulevard there, and this project will create that. And like one thing that I mentioned last time we brought this through the SDR process before you were on commission, Commissioner, is that, you know, we've been in discussions with some potential pad tenants that are interested in that frontage, and that, again, is not depicted on this site plan, but is certainly contemplated as part of a phase 2 of this project, if you will, down the road.
So the total building size is 9,000 square feet.
It's a little less than that.
The
but, you
adult
know.
store, the adult use is going to occupy how many square feet?
On the floor plan, I think it occupies 43, 42
So
of
roughly-
that building. Is
No,
that-
it's going to be, excuse me, a 5,000 square feet.
Hi, Alan.
Hi.
Okay, 5,000 square feet for the adult?
Yeah, I think it's less than that, but it's,
So-
I think it's approximate.
That also includes the restrooms, that also includes the storage room, that also includes the
But
sales
those are
counter.
areas dedicated to the adult use, not for, so that was going to be my next question. Is there going to be common area bathrooms
Yeah,
for the
so
lease space, or is it going to be?
One of
each
the
tenant will-
issues here is that, you know, adding, as part of the additional square footage, is adding clothing items and items that would be considered non-adult use per the city's code. And so a lot of these stores you see that pop up, like, say, for example, the Love stores, are not adult uses because they're not more than 35% of their floor space is
Familiar with it,
considered
right.
adult items, right?
Lingerie,
And
got it.
so, right, so there'll be a significant portion of that that is dedicated to that. But it's all retail floor space, to clarify, not any booth space, not any of the arcades or preview booths or anything like that. It's straight retail. And
So-
this business where the existing businesses, the booth uses and retail.
And you have not leased any of this yet?
Correct.
I have a specific question for Mr. Jeske. So, Alan, you know, when you build a tenant improvement, the city usually requires you to put a restroom in the space or have common area restrooms that are suitable for the entire project. Which way are you going on this one?
On this one, we're going to leave it gray shell for the balance of the space. The bookstore, the adult bookstore will have its own restrooms, but then you'll have the opportunity to lease 3,400 or 3,600, or divide it up into 1,000 to 1,200 square feet, and have 3 separate tenants behind that with all their own restrooms.
Okay, so that's what I was driving at.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put in my 1,000 square foot lingerie store. I'm going to get my own restroom, toilet. I'm not going to have my
Yeah.
customers use a
That's
common
correct.
area
That's
hallway
correct.
restroom
It's
that's
a
also being
separate-
used, okay, by the adult use. Because I don't want to get gross here, and I could, but I'm not
No.
gonna. If people are going to the restroom from the adult store, and then there's people in the lease space that are now taking their kid into the restroom, I don't want, that's not where I
No,
want
there'll
to be on
be,
this.
you might have a farmer's insurance back there, you might have a There was a tailor, a shoe repair tailor that's been in the building.
I can't control who you guys lease to,
Yeah,
and you well
but
know
no,
that.
they'll all have
And-
their
And you know
separate-
crazier things have happened, and I've seen them all. And so it's plausible, that's why I asked the question. So I just wanted to make sure that the adult use was going to have its own dedicated restrooms and that they weren't going to be
And-
common for the whole project or for the tenant lease space.
And a dedicated entrance, just like the other spaces will have their own
Okay.
dedicated entrance.
Fair enough, thank you.
I think one thing that sort of deals with your issue is, having represented this industry for, I don't want to admit how long, it's changed. The internet has changed it because everybody can get X-rated anything on their computers or their televisions. And so in order to stay in business, these kinds of businesses have to be compatible to couples. And that's what this is going to be. I mean, if you look at new places like the Hustler place and some
The Love Store,
the
or
Love
whatever.
Store,
Right. No, I'm familiar.
and any of
Well,
them that
not
are
really, but-
upgrading or opening anew, they're not putting in booths. They're putting in a lot of lingerie.
Right.
And
They're
various
going more
other-
mainstream, I hear you.
Very much so, yeah. I
Which
mean,
is good
it-
news for all of us. I mean, as a general rule, I am, like Commissioner Schlottman, I'm not in favor of these adult uses. I'm very much in favor of a robust and redeveloped downtown. And anyone that knows me knows that. And I really want to see new development downtown. So I'm excited about the new development on the street. I'm not excited about the adult use. But to your point and to Commissioner Schlottman's point, if we
If it
got to have
helps,
it
I mean-
somewhere and it's already there, then I'd rather approve it in its existing location than have it hopscotch around someplace else.
My clients all tell me that are in the retail area, if the store is not attractable and acceptable to women, I'm going to go broke. So,
Well, it's on the boulevard, and that's helpful. You know, the only thing that bothers me is that that lower corner is very close to a few of the residences in the area. I'm assuming you're going to keep it clean, you're going to keep it free of debris, you're going to keep it free of vagrants and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, right now it's a magnet for some of those things because it's dimly lit. There's no, you see the
It's
pictures.
in your
so-
photo.
Right, so you see the pictures of it now.
There's a
and so
guy
this
in a
is gonna
sleeping
be
bag.
lit and
Yeah.
clean and well taken care of, and it's gonna, be landscaped and improve the look of the neighborhood for sure.
because that's what the customers want.
It's true. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, I'll be looking for a motion. And just to let everybody know, I can't make a motion myself as chair.
I will make a motion if no one else wants to.
Please do.
I will make a motion to approve SDR 71783 with all conditions according to staff.
Motion's on the floor for approval, subject to staff's conditions. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr.
Thanks,
Chairman,
Commissioners.
this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 65, citizens' participation. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of time of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of time in single speaker is allowed may be limited. And so I'm going to go ahead and open the public discussion and start with Judge Figler.
Thank you. David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street. I have to go back to my neighbors in our neighborhood meeting and explain to them that anomaly. And I'm not trying to ask to second guess what you just all did, but it was not compatible with the John S. Park neighborhood plan. As we said at the top of the hour, this is a vibrant discussion that we'll have with the Planning Commission hopefully sometime soon, where we talk about the impact of neighborhood plans, how they fit into the new world of zoning and code, and where we are as a voice. But when I do go back to them, one of the questions is why will that forever say in the record that the John S. Park neighborhood plan was compliant with what was just now approved, or can it be corrected because it clearly is diametrically opposed to it? And so I just want some kind of answer. I understand we'll hopefully have some fertile, conversations in the future about how that plan fits into how you all make your decisions, and how our voice could be heard that way as opposed to having to come to every single meeting and be here till 10:30 at night through the representative, whoever that unfortunate soul is. But we would like that to be corrected in the record, if that can be done through future motion or action, or just by doing it sua sponte, as they say. Thank you.
Director Lowenstein.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Figler, so as far as the actual staff report that's part of the record, it cannot be amended as the item has already gone through. As far as John S. Park Neighborhood Plan, there is a recommendation that neighborhood plan that should actively oppose all requests to expand adult-oriented businesses. Neighborhood has consistently done so and should be commended for actively following the recommendation. However, one of the issues identified in the John S. Neighborhood Plan is the need to maintain properties and reduce visible decay and blight. This issue results in a goal to bring all properties within the John S. Park Neighborhood Plan up to current standards as required by the City of Las Vegas codes and ordinances, and under the provisions of Title 19 requirements, there was no expansion or alteration until this new ordinance, which facilitated that. So the particular staff report and the mindset from the staff planner in this particular case would have been in line with the goals of the plan to address decay and blight and to bring properties up to current code. And as you point out, on page 36 to 38, there is a paragraph that addresses the expansion of sexually oriented businesses, and then at the conclusion of those pages, there is a recommendation. But in light of the issues that are at the beginning of the document and the goals, the case planner was looking at the goals, and the essence of this SDR would be accomplishing bringing a property up to current code.
And I appreciate that explanation. That's what we thought was the reasoning behind it, but then specifically, as we pointed out, this particular business did not fit within the broader general goal, and that's the specific always outrules the general. And I appreciate and that this could be a fertile area of conversation. There really were only 4 areas of specific in the John S. Park neighborhood that were talked about. One is moot now because it's completely a gone issue. One of the adult motels is now gone as well, but the Thunderbird Hotel and the Park Paseo adult store were of particular and ongoing concern. So, interestingly enough, those are the 2 projects that have now gone forward. So that said, I appreciate, I think my comments are now part of the history attached to it on behalf of the neighborhood. So to the extent that the neighborhood respectfully but vehemently disagrees with staff's interpretation of our own John S. Park neighborhood plan as it's specifically related to it, I think the record has been made, but I do want to make that clear in the future. So I would invite the future dialogue. I think that the Planning Commission would benefit from that, and hopefully that could be facilitated. I don't know if we have to do it through council or if you're, if the chair can facilitate that conversation. We'd love to have you there as part of it, perhaps Commissioner Cherry as well, since that is his ward representative for Ward 3 and for the John S. Park neighborhood. We'd love to have that facilitated sooner than later. The neighbors are very interested in new developments on Las Vegas Boulevard and on Charleston, and we definitely want to have our voice heard. We've all attended the charrettes. We see that we're not necessarily part of the new master downtown 2045, but we have been participating all along, and I think it would be definitely beneficial to everyone to have that John S. Park plan either modified, amended, talked about, figured out where it belongs. So I thank you all for the extra time here at the end of citizen participation. Thanks so much.
Right. And I will say that I can't pull that that meeting together myself, but if that meeting does come together, I will definitely be there because this is my ward, and John S. Park means a lot to me. And so, Mr. Lowenstein?
And just to add to that, when we go forward with the form-based code, which will impact Las Vegas Boulevard, we will be engaging all the adjacent communities as well. So we look forward to that engagement with John S. Park, the Huntridge, and the Beverly Green area.
And I
that
appreciate that.
process.
Did I misspeak, Chairperson, that Mr. Cherry is our representative? I know that you are...
I'm Councilman Bob Coffin's appointed official for this, for Ward 3. Vice Chair Cherry is appointed by the mayor, and he's at large, but he lives in Ward 3.
Right.
which
So
is in
that was
our-
my
our
confusion.
downtown.
So,
Yes.
and that's why I know both of you are very active in our neighborhood, and that's why that'd be important.
So is Commissioner Roush. And so, anyways, thank you for bringing that up. I was going to make a point that plan, I totally spaced it.
No problem.
During that last item, so thank you for coming back up here and bringing it back up.
Thanks for giving me the extra time.
Absolutely. Thank you. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're still in public meeting, I have a question of staff at the risk of annoying my fellow commissioners and staff for the late hour, and I know you all want to leave. I think it's important, I really do want clarification around the short-term rental issue when it comes to the waiver. The waiver that is in the agenda, and it says that, you know, we're approving something and there's a waiver, and it reads to me, when I see that there's a waiver, that means that there's a waiver for an SUP. There's already an SUP within the 660 feet. But I think that the way that staff is wording it, if I'm correct, is that you're saying that you're asking for a waiver because there's another short-term rental use, could be a grandfathered in use from the prior business licensing that was approved 2 years ago or whenever, but now we have the new ordinance from Councilwoman Tarkanian that requires an SUP within 660. So it's a very sticky wicket, and it's unfair in a lot of ways, but it's what we have to work with. Can you please provide some history and some clarity so that I make sure that I understand and so that everybody else understands what they're voting on? Because I was under the impression that when I see waiver, that means a waiver of that it's within the 660 feet of an SUP that's already been approved. And really what you're saying in your agenda wording is that it's a waiver of the fact that there's another short-term rental, but they haven't gotten an SUP yet. And I think that the intent of the new ordinance is that everyone have an SUP, so then that puts us all in an awkward position as to what we're really supposed to be doing. You see what my point is? So who wants to tackle that one? And
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'll give it a chance, or a try. The way the use is written, the waiver is from any other short-term rental use, and that use can be established through, under the old system, through a business license. It could be established through a conditional use verification form, or it could be established through a special use permit. But once a business license is issued for the use, that establishes the use at a location and establishes the need for a waiver from that location.
when does that potentially expire? Does it expire and does an SUP expire? I mean,
Once it's exercised, it's exercised for as long as there's a business license for that activity that's in place. SUPs do expire if the use is not used within or for a length of a year. So if someone has an SUP, has a business license issued, but then lets that business license lapse for a year, then that SUP would expire.
so if we approve an SUP and there's an existing business license within the 660 feet, that could continue indefinitely or it could expire in 2 years. I was under the impression that the new ordinance required that the business licenses that were grandfathered in would be required to come forward to get an SUP, otherwise they would no longer exist. Is that true?
That is true. Under the latest ordinance that was passed, there is a so-called sunset clause, basically that requires any previously approved short-term rental, however it was approved, to come in and meet the current code standards.
So when I asked the question earlier and I said, are there any approved SUPs within the 660 feet? The answer was no, but there were several business licenses. So all of those blue dots that had business licenses will sunset within 2 years of the ordinance? Is that the date that it's tied to?
That is correct. It's July 1st, 2019.
So if they don't get their applications in here and we don't approve them for an SUP, they will not be able to operate as a short-term rental anymore, even though today it's considered a waiver.
That is correct. Once they're past that July 1st, 2019 deadline. If they have not received the entitlements under the current code, they would have to cease that business.
So you can see our confusion when we've got items on the agenda that are considered a waiver, but it's really a guy that hasn't applied for his SUP yet, so he's going to expire anyway. So should he get priority on the agenda above a guy that's just plain asking for it and there's nobody else in the neighborhood versus two people who are vying for the same thing, which we've had that on any given night also, where they're both asking for it, they're both within 660 feet of each other, and it's the poor soul that got in the minute before the other guy. You know, and it's a very difficult situation that we're trying to deal with here.
It's very confusing for us too, and we're doing the best we can. But yes, as they come in, you know, we'll have to look at those, because the ones that are established may also find themselves asking for a waiver for an SUP that was established after they were licensed for their business.
Well, I'm just going to say for the record, I think it's very misleading and confusing, and it's not anyone's fault, but it just is that if the agenda reads that there's a waiver requested or a waiver on this item because it's within 660 feet of an old business license, which isn't the intent of the current ordinance. And I think it sends a wrong message to the audience, to the public, and to others. I mean, it's bad enough we have to put the big red and white sign in their yard. So, I mean, I think it's misleading to say that they're requesting a waiver when really they're the first one to come forward to request the SUP, and they should be rewarded for that. But it's not my circus. I just get to vote here.
Well, if I can jump in just for a quick second on that. The agenda is pretty much neutral. It's by application type and then by numerical order. So it doesn't give preference currently to anything, and it just follows that criteria. As far as the current ordinance, it reads from existing use, and that use is just the land use, not the license, or, well, in this case, it's exercised by the license. It's not necessarily by the special use permit and the license. It's just, in most of the cases that we've had so far, they've been established by a license by the previous ordinance. New ordinance, as you're well aware, come in within 2 years to get your use permit. The only exception to that would be if they comply with the current ordinance, 3 bedrooms or less, owner occupied, and don't have anything within 660, they can come in and they comply with the current code to be a conditional use. For less than 31, that the short-term rental conditional use. So I just wanted to put that out there. Hopefully I didn't muddy the water, but.
I appreciate it. I just want to make sure everybody knows what they're really voting on when they're voting, because it is very confusing.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting, well, I'm going to close citizens' participation and adjourn this meeting. Thank you.